All right, guys, welcome to another edition of Victory Never Sleeps. As you guys who are watching this live noticed, but folks that are listening may not have, today we honor the passing of one of ours. Farron Lasan passed away while we were doing this broadcast this time last week. So I consider myself very fortunate. I got to meet her and visit her a few times before she passed, and just want to took a moment today to just remember her and honor her passing. And as has become tradition, Ronald Blake starts it out with a $50 donation to. Wow. Okay, if I'm reading this right, $50 for Victory Never Sleeps and $45 for the Njordshof Fund, and bought us a coffee too. Thank you so much, Ronald. We appreciate you. I can't say it enough.
Can I step in for a second? I
Yes.
don't mean to slow the roll in the beginning of the intro.
You're fine. We got longest we've done so far is 7.5 hours. We got time.
Ronald Blake, if you could, or if you were willing to, send your address to either me or Ásatrú, I would love to give you a gift for your generosity. From me personally, something that I would like to work on and give you for just being exceptional. And yeah, I think I have something in mind I want to work on and make it personally from me to you. If you leave your address, I will mail it to you. It's just for saying just to say thank you.
Yeah, those of you who've listened, it goes without saying, those of you, this is your first time, Ronald donates significantly and generously every single episode almost. And it is so very appreciated. So thank you for that. Housekeeping stuff before we get in the meat and taters of things. Actually, we'll do this first. So tonight we're going to be going over a document that we created recently called the Ásatrú Trúlögmál. And that can be found at the link that Nick gave, but not really because the link is misspelled. But he'll get the right link up here in just a second, or the right verbiage up in just a second. That said, if you go to our website, if you're listening to this at a later time, at runestone.org, and you go to the Ásatrú Trúlögmál, it's got a virtually silent G in the middle there, just in case you're typing it in. It'll take you up and pull you up the document. It's probably going to come up as a PDF. So if you want to, cue that up while we're talking here, so it will be ready when when we get into the closer examination of it. In the meantime, since last time I spoke with you, we celebrated Midsummer at Odenshof. It was a absolutely fantastic event. It was the reason that producer Nick was not on the program last week, because he was headed out this way to participate there. And just as he is consistently helpful and useful here, he did not take a break out at Midsummer. He manned the registration booth just about all weekend. We appreciate him. It was his first time out at Odenshof, and what I'd like to do is to put him on the spot and have him tell you guys a little bit about his weekend and his impressions of Odenshof and his kind of first time visiting Odenshof for Midsummer. So, Nick, if you'd like to jump in. If not, you can leave me hanging, I suppose.
I am more than okay with that. You guys don't get a camera, though. because the Aesir Gothie's meanie poo-poo head and sprung this on me without notice. But that's okay. So aside from the hecticness of the flights in and out, we're not going to worry about that. That had nothing to do with the Great Hall of Odin. I had an amazing time. I got out there early. I was out there on Wednesday. I got to spend the night at the hall, at the Hoff. And then Thursday, we had a few members come in. We got some work done. I did a couple loads of dishes and all kinds of stuff to prep for the event. No big deal. Then we had some fun because there were some fires, just a couple hundred yards, some wildfires, just a few hundred yards, maybe 1,000 yards. I don't know. It wasn't that far from the Hoff. Some wildfires. There was evac notices and all that. Now, we didn't take those too seriously, but shh, don't tell anybody. I might have fell asleep on the couch during the middle of the evacuation order. No worries. So it was a great time. Friday rolls around, and we had amazing people. This might have been, at least of the events I've been to, this was by far probably the busiest Friday I've ever seen. I reckon there was 65 people, including kids, there on just the Friday. It might even been more than that. It was amazing. Of course, Aesir Gothi did a fantastic Odin's on Friday, as well as welcoming the gods before that. Saturday, we reached even more members. We got up to 102 members as of Saturday. It was amazing. And we had a great meals, of course, on all 3 days. Folk builder Sierra Chapman in the kitchen and she had a lot of help from a lot of the guys from the Northwest in the caravan crew, so to speak. On Saturday, we also had an awesome Balderblot, thanks to Witan Cliff Erickson, who came out with his family from Pennsylvania. We were representing the Thorshoff district out there. And then we had, of course, we had a very generous auction, and followed that up with Sumble, which I was not able to make it to, but I heard there might have been a few words said about me, so I always wonder just what they were, but I'll never know, and I guess that's my fault. On Sunday, of course, the McNallans, Githya and founder McNallan, both led an awesome Wayfarer's blow. We did it a bit Brandy style at the end with not lots of hugs and love. And I was there till about 5 o'clock in the evening on Saturday or on Sunday. Got a chance to read to some of the kids that were left over that hadn't left yet. And it was an awesome time. And then I got on the plane and I was stressed for the next 24. But that's neither here nor there. I'm thrilled and I can't wait to go back. It's awesome people, awesome place, and awesome time.
Looking over at the chat, Chris, you're mistaken about our numbers. That is almost a seventh of the AFA.
And as Olivia said, yeah,
2.5 times as big as you think we are.
I said we got up to 102 on Saturday. As Olivia said, we did have some awesome stragglers come in on Sunday and capped us off at 106.
That's great. I thought the number was 103. So everybody counts. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was great to have you out, Nick. I'm really glad you got a chance to experience it. That said, if you want to see Nick and myself, and I hope Svan, but I haven't heard confirmation yet, we got Sigurd Bloat coming up in just about 3.5 weeks, I believe, in July 19th through the 20th at Sigerheim. That's in Jackson County, Tennessee. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody there. It's going to be fantastic. Beautiful, wonderful place. So many things are happening and gonna happen there in the coming months, weeks, years, decades at that spot. And would love to have you guys join us there and check it out. Something else to think about. We have Freyfaxi coming up in August at Baldershoff in Murdoch, Minnesota. Love to see you guys there. I will be there. A lot of special guests from AFA leadership are planning to make it there. At this point, our law speaker, Mr. Alan Turnage, plans to be there. Gothi's Bodie Mayo and Trent East plan to be there, as well as Gothi Daniel Young and his lovely wife, folk builder Heather Young. So a lot of VIPs, as it were. And my wife and daughter will be there too at Baldershoff. This will be their first time visiting Baldershoff. So I'm excited. I am excited to show them what an amazing space that is and all the amazing work they've done up there. And we just got a couple few things before we get cracking here. As you guys know, we are trying to figure out our store on best practices and whatever that's going to get you guys the best products. I think we're satisfied right now with quality, but we're working on figuring out shipping and stuff. So we've got a lot of items right now. There is no guarantee we are going to keep these items up in the same way that we have them. So if you want them, I would encourage everybody to go out and get a hold of them. This is a selection of them on the screen right now. Please get them while the getting's good. And we, as always, we appreciate you guys' support. All right. And that is what I think we got for the top of the show as far as preamble goes. Yeah, also, okay, another thing that I think I forget, if you're interested in donating for any reason, we always need donations. We appreciate them hugely. If you want to donate, instructions on that are in the description of this video. There's the fun buy us a cup of coffee thing that the kids do these days. I hope we also have a donate link in the description to our donate page at runestone.org. I have not checked, so it's kind of either we do or hint, hint. It would be awesome if we could get that there.
It's in the description. Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Nick's always on top of stuff. So, yeah, there's that. We have a number of different stuff we're trying to raise some money for, and we appreciate all of y'all's generosity. Thank you guys for that. And we've got a couple more donations here at the top. Whit and Brandy Fassett donated $50 to the Baldershoff for steeple repairs. Those of you that don't know, since our people acquired Baldershoff, we have shown that building so much love and done amazing things. Unfortunately, folks that had it before us, it had become very derelict. One of the problems, the steeple was not maintained very well, and there was rot and structural issues with it. So the top portion of the steeple had to come down. It's going to go back up. It's going to go back even more beautiful than it was before. We've got, projects to make these things better and brighter and more amazing. But we do need to raise some cash to do that. And Brandy is starting out seeding the pot. And we appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, wow. Got 3 more donations to talk about before we get started here. Lauren Anderson bought us 5 coffees. That equals $25. Hail the AFA. Hail to you, Lauren. Thank you.
Hail.
Chris Lucat donated $20 to VNS, even though he misestimates our numbers. We still appreciate you. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you. We appreciate it. And Ryan Skinner, folk builder Ryan Skinner, one of our newly oathed folk builders. He took his oath at Midsummer along with folk builder Kyle Reeder. Ryan Skinner donated $115 to Victory Never Sleeps. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Ryan. Check over here. Cool. All right. So with that, I'm trying to think how we want to run this. Typically we got Svan reading these. All right, so I have not contemplated beforehand the best way to break this up, so we're going to freestyle it just a little bit. But the document is called the Ásatrú Trúlögmál and subtitled The Fundamental Beliefs of the Ásatrú Folk Assembly. I would like for Iceland's own Svan Herul to break down the closest what Trúlögmál means. And with that, I want to give you guys a little bit of background of what the intent of this document was and kind of the genesis of it. And then we'll get into the meat of it here.
Well, true kind of has a double meaning, just like Val. Val means, generally it's translated as slain, but it also means choose or choosing or to be chosen, or the double meaning is there is faith and then there is troth or loyalty. Of course, troth survived in our language, especially when you hear it in weddings with betrothal. And that means, again, loyalty, fidelity, honorable connection between two parties. And it doesn't have to be of an equal sense. A lot of times it's a fealty. Like there would be fealty to a king. The king doesn't owe you, but you are loyal because of the structure that he, or the gods are in. But it also means faith in a general sense as well. And it often is used in modern terms for faith. So the word law, the G sound is really soft in there. I don't know. I'm still kind of like reading about Old Norse as to whether or not it was hardly like pronounced with a hard G, but it survives in our language with the word law, L-A-W. So it has the same pronunciation. The O with the two or the umlaut up over it is an AU sound, kind of like in caught. So it's the true law mal, and mal is edicts or sayings or proverbs, or it can mean numerous things. It's the listing, the saying of the formalization in order to be recited. It's the faith laws as they are organized, if you will. And that's a really kind of complex way of looking at it, but it's the listed law of our faith.
So anybody that wants to take issue with the linguistics of it, it is a word that I cobbled together, so the fault is on me. Understanding being that it is basically the statement of our religious code, I guess, or of our religious tenets. And so that kind of leads into why did this come about? What is the purpose? A little bit of background on the document. You will notice that it is most often very brief and direct to the point. And it's intentionally so. For a long time, and in the history of modern Asatru, everyone overspeak. A vast majority of us grappled with, and still, up until this point, do grapple with basic questions about our faith, because it is such a holistic worldview, and there's so much to it that when people ask, like, you're what? What does that mean? What do you guys do? What is this Ásatrú thing? We all know what it is, but it's so broad that sometimes we don't know where to start. It's like there's all these different prerequisites that you need to know before you know this part, or you don't want to say this part first without a background. And it becomes very complicated and confusing. And we want to communicate clearly. So the idea of this was to cut through the hemming and hawing about where to start, to pick a place to start there, and to try to structure it in a way that it can clarify for our own people what the positions of the Ásatrú Folk Assembly are, but it can also explain to interested people or people maybe new to things what exactly it is that we believe. It's never meant to be the entirety of what we believe. We have 103 after today episodes scratching the surface of what we believe. So there's obviously much more than this, but this is the basics. These things are the fundamentals to the practice of our faith. And these are the fundamental teachings of the Ásatrú Folk Assembly. Any of these points, Svan and I can expound upon, and will likely do that in the future. But we wanted to go through the document and kind of go through it piece by piece, break it down for you guys, and answer any questions along the way. And I'll be looking for questions so we can get them as they come up. Okay. So again, on the background of it, my hemming and hawing here at the beginning should be evidence enough of why this document was necessary. So that said, a little bit of the background. We all kind of know that this is necessary to a degree and important, but been hesitant to know exactly what to put where. And as I've said on this program so many times, I decided to take my own advice. Don't make perfect the enemy of good. Let's start somewhere and roll with it. So this is a document that is fully intended to evolve over time, perhaps to incorporate other things that maybe were omitted, or to, tweak things here and there as becomes available. And any of these things we'd like to write additional position pieces on as time goes on. We plan to do so. Just check. I want to be checking consistently to see if we have any questions. I'll be looking to see as they come up. So
I got eyes on as well.
Oh, and so just to cap off the joking with Chris about the member number, we got 777 as of this moment. And that doesn't include children that attend events. That's adult paying members. Just to be transparent and put it out there. So, first, okay, Ásatrú means loyal to the Aesir. Now, Svan broke that down a little bit. It has come to mean religion or belief, and that's not wrong per se, but it's the basis of fidelity and trust. It's troth. It's being in a loyal relationship or a loyal devotion to we are allied with, we are in the service of, we are loyal to, and we stand with in the face of the enemies, the Aesir. That steadfast troth is the basis of the Nordic people's understanding of religiosity, which I think is fundamental and very important. So when we say Ásatrú, we mean loyal to the Aesir. It's not just believing or accepting a general cosmology, but it's recognizing that and then choosing to devote ourselves to being loyally on the team of the Aesir. The first section, that's preamble before we even start, Norse nomenclature. The Asatru Folk Assembly is proudly pan-Aryan. We recognize the wide variations of geography and chronology that exist in the history of our folk and our relationship with the Aesir. Where available, and to the best of our ability, we refer to the Aesir by their Norse names, and we use the Norse expression of our sacred lore. We use the Norse nomenclature to build clarity and unity in the practice of our religion. We see the Norse sources as the most complete and accessible material for our modern folk. We use a Norse lens as it was in these terms, and upon this understanding that Allfather Odin gave Stephen McNallen his mandate to awaken the folk and to reforge Ásatrú.
There's a couple things.
Ronald continues to outshine $50 to the Baldershoff steeple. Thank you, Ronald. We would love to
make sure you leave your address in the email.
Yes, please do that, and thank you. So, Svan, is there anything you'd like to say about that first chunk, or you think that folks need to know to expound on it a little bit?
Yeah, one of the big things is the usage of the word Aryan. And I know we've covered this in other VNS episodes, but, just on the off chance, say someone's coming in on this is their first episode. I've even gotten into a little bit of a debate online with some people who are, and a person who particularly likes to use the word Indo-European, and why we use Aryan instead of Indo-European, because Aryan has kind of been brushed into kind of specifically only talking about the Iranians, the predecessing settlers of the Persian or Farsi kind of people. It's worth remembering that the word itself has power because of the languages in which those people, our ancestors, the Aryans, carried value in their language. And so when you're looking at Sanskrit, when you're looking at and I actually can't think of at the top of my head like examples and say the Hittite or Luwian people of the Middle East. But there is, certainly Greek, Roman, Gaulish or Celtic, and Nordic Germanic, where that word, nobility, honor, is expressed in that word, whether it's ire or era, or Arius, Aristos, and there it's really prevalent in Europe. But we do consider, moving eastward in the idea of who these people were. And you'll hear people say that the words don't have any meaning, that the people were cultural, and that it wasn't based on the genetics, even though everyone that spoke about them could clearly state that they used iron, they had light skin or light eyes or light hair. They were a people. We are a people. And that's the biggest point.
Real history is not the Netflix version.
Right. Exactly. Or the Swedish documentary that just came out and said the early Swedes were looked more like Somalis in their little interpretation of it.
Clearly.
And yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. But again, it's not we're not harping on that. I think that stuff's ridiculous and a separate, but it's really important for everybody listening to know that word is about the identification of a broad scope of people. And it doesn't just include the Europeans. It doesn't just include the Germans, if the people want to get into like politics and things like that, this is broad, and we see this as branches. There are branches. There's Teutonic Aryan. There's Nordic, which is again an offshoot of the Teutonic or Germanic, and it's because when you look at the languages, that word has value, and I think a lot of people try to tuck it away and disclose it, and whether you're coming at it from, again, like I said, politics or scholarliness or genetics, or the fact that the Iranians actually have their the title of their names kind of linking to it, that doesn't immediately shut down all the linkings of it elsewhere. It's just that, those words were not used as titling for those folk. They saw other things to title themselves at, or oftentimes they were named by their observers or enemies. So, when we get a lot of that, I think people get confused, or they get scared, or they get a little nervous. And I think it's worth noting. And the spelling in and of itself, I've also heard people say we should go back to the Proto-Indo-European reconstructed word. But that's the thing, it's reconstructed. And, people, I think, are ultimately doing that because they want to shy away from things that make other people uncomfortable or make themselves uncomfortable. And they want to do, Herios instead of Aryan. I find that all interesting, but I also find it kind of redundant, or at least giving segue back just simply because somebody might be upset. Being able to call our people this is just like many other groups who are individually very, very detailed, whether it's the Native Americans or, sub-Saharan Bantu tribal people of Africa. They're very, very divided and organized in their own little groups. But to call them all Bantu, or to call the Native, like as the Native Americans often call themselves, the first people or the First Nation, they're suddenly taking these very, very distinct groups and bringing them together, and they have the right to do that. That's okay. If they want to identify themselves as that, that's what they call each other. We are doing the same thing, and I really wanted to bring that up to the forefront.
And we will get to that a little bit more as we go about this document. It unifies. So we try as close as we can. You may notice throughout this that I go to Old Norse spellings of certain terms. Whatever your word escapes me. The word will come to me after I don't need it. Whatever the common language is, wherever you're consuming it, is fine. But if we are defaulting to a different language to unify our religious content and our speaking for our faith, we default back to the Old Norse. Because
you were going to say Mothermal, the mother tongue. Is that what you were going to say?
Exactly what I was going to say. It's not, but that's what I should have said in keeping with the content of what I'm saying.
Right.
Wherever
they are.
Yeah. So it's kind of the where these languages flow from in our understanding under that Norse nomenclature that I meant. So it's very easy, and you will notice it's not perfect because this has come together over time. Oftentimes we'll have an old English term, or even Aryan itself is a Sanskrit term. Arisker is the Old Norse version of that word. And at some time we may end up using that. But right now, Aryan has a very specific meaning, and we don't want to abdicate that because the meaning is beautiful and important. It means noble. And it is a self-descriptor. It's not letting other people define who we are, much like the term Ásatrú, and I suppose that's worth mentioning. For a long time in the early days, people had, I call it Odinism, I call it Wotanism, I call it heathenry, I call it Fornseither, I call it Norse paganism. The more we call it a million different things, the more it has no meaning to people on the outside trying to understand what we do. All of those other terms are them describing us. Asatru is us describing us. It isn't those other guys or those guys up north that do that thing, or the people on the heath doing their strange ooga booga heath stuff, or the Paganus, the country bumpkins out there doing whatever they're doing. No, this is us describing ourselves as the noble people, and our relationship to our gods is being loyal to our gods, the Aesir. And so that's really important, and it's an important way to frame all these other things. And before I continue, and I'll get on to part one, Alsey Coleman Miller the fourth bought us 3 coffees. Thank you, Alsey. We appreciate it. He says, "Hail victory." Indeed. With that, part one, the Aesir. The name Aesir means the pillars or columns that structure our existence. The Aesir is the collective name for the gods of our folk that are right to worship. The Aesir include gods that were originally known as Vanir. After the First War, these gods and goddesses were assimilated into the tribe of and are forever known as the Aesir. The Aesir are the gods of cosmic order and noble action. There are other divine beings that we interact with not named here, such as the Himinverðir, heavenly wardens, and the Austvinir, the beloved ones. The sons of Bor slew Ymir the giant. Lo, where he fell, there gushed forth so much blood out of his wounds that with it they drowned all the race of the Hrime giants, save that one whom giants call Bergelmir. Of Ymir's Gylfaginning 7. Of Ymir's flesh was earth created, of his blood sea, of his bones the hills, and of his hair trees and plants, of his skull the heavens, and of his brow the gentle powers formed Midgard for the sons of men. But of his brain the heavy clouds are all created. Grimnismal 40-41. Odin and his brothers slew and dismembered the primal embodiment of chaos, Ymir. From the corpse of Ymir, the Aesir built our ordered existence. The Aesir and our Aryan folk shape order and beauty from the ugly and the chaotic. Is there anything you think needs to be added on that, Svan, or explained?
I think people need to understand that when we anchor from the Old Norse and work our way out, because I've ever since this came out, I've gotten some really good questions and concerns and ideas about things, and I think that it's worth kind of looking at. We work from the core based on what we have, and when we see in the Gylfaginning, when we see King Gylfi is talking to the tripartite, I had to say it. So he's talking to the tripartite, and he asks, "Who are the gods that men should pray to?" And the list is given. We know of these gods is to be listed as in the trough is clearly built with them. But what we also need to remember is that in that list, there are even members of the Aesir that, members of the gods that are not listed there, because it's not that they aren't held in honor, or people do have relationships. It's again, the structuring of hierarchy is more about what is being established, and I don't think that people see it that way. And I think that they should look at the hierarchy of it. We also see it culturally. So, when we speak about the gods, and we start working from the Aus and then the Ausinir, and then when we look at the Austvinir, the Austvinir are in the list in the Gylfaginning, for instance, Sif, the wife of Thor, as she is often referred to, the golden-haired maiden of families of the plots of land and of the groves and the fields that are built upon the homestead. She is the goddess of the homesteads. She's not mentioned in that list, but clearly throughout all the stories, she's referred to, she's mentioned. So the Austvinir are beloved, and there are many who are linked to them. And for some folks, when they really start to look into the minute details, they have problems. Say, for instance, that the Holy Ostra is not mentioned in the Norse texts. But that's, again, we're starting from the center and working our way out. So our faith, and we know of the holy goddess, Ostara, but then at the same time, or Iostra, and then we have other goddesses who we believe may have had more linguistic connections. Perfect example of this is in Tacitus with Nerthus and with Jarth in the Norse. And some people might be thinking, well, Svan, she's not a goddess. Amongst the Norse, yes, she was called of Jotun descent, but we do see that the Austvinir, the beloved ones, come from that side and align with the gods.
As a side note, Odin is of Jotun descent.
Often forgotten.
It gets don't be too literal, and this is something that I've run into a lot lately to throw in here, and it's not directly on this per se, but if you are to take your religion seriously, when you go to read lore and things, do not turn off logic and do not turn off all of the lessons you've learned in your life up until this point. Any truth needs to match with and interface with your experience and the things that you know to be true. Apply those things when you read some of this. Very often we encounter people attempting to evaluate the lore as if it exists in a bubble by itself. It doesn't. It exists in a universe that is real, that we all experience. So apply those steps of logic, and a lot of things all of a sudden make a lot more sense. Don't let obsessive literality in what's clearly meant to be descriptive throw a wrench in being able to understand truths that are very beautifully explained in our lore. So to get to what Svan was saying, and Svan on this, there is a better way to do this if you are a techno wizard. I am not. So if I am reading, what I'm saying is if I am reading it, I'm also not looking at the camera. So please feel free to just interrupt me, and I will, know that you've got something to say and let you go. I'll try to check back in, but in case there's no real way for me to know that you've got something you want to say.
I know I raise my hand more often than say something.
Yeah, while I'm looking at the text. Well, you and I've got a good system when we're looking at each other on the deal, but when I'm reading, I don't see that. So just keep that in mind. So,
all right.
And I say that because this next is going to be a listing of 12 gods with a lot of content, and I'm not really going to stop unless there are points that I think are really important to cover, or unless I see questions or Svan decides to interject.
Well, and I wanted to say in the after mentioning the Himinverðir, the heavenly wardens, and the celestial, lords that have been given dominion over the holy gods of order, have given the Himinverðir positioning, the sun, the moon, the atmosphere, day and night, and the rotation of the earth. But right here, I just saw, and it says, the sons of Bor slew Ymir the giant, lo, where he fell and gushed forth much blood, and of his wounds that with it they drowned all the race of the Rhine giants. Firstly, it's worth noting that the word race is probably not the direct translation in the way that it would be perceived, but that it's actually interpreted that way. The other thing that's worth noting is, again, exactly what Alcirigothi said. Lord Odin is descendant from the Jotuns. The word means ancient ones, and it is also worth noting that much of the confusion comes from the descendancy of Ymir versus the descendancy from the land of primordial beginnings, which is Muspel and Niflhel. Those two places exist before the middle. And the primordial beings that exist there have existed there. And our holy gods are, in essence, descended by one line to them. Whereas, of course, the other side being from Abdullah and her creation and her power. So it's just, I think that people don't realize how much the Gothar, you and the Gothar, try to desperately interpret with the intention of being sincere and being logical and not trying to cram the gods and the holy beings into little boxes. We try to look at things with, anybody from the outside needs to look at the Asatru Folk Assembly and say, like, these guys believe in the gods. The gods are real to them. And this is how they structure things. And this is what they utilize to create that structure. Because, again, that's what our folk do, but we're not trying to fit the gods into boxes. We are observing a lot of how it is placed. When we see the Gylfaginning and the tripartite says that there are these gods.
So keep this in mind. This work in front of you is a work of piety and of devotion. It's not intended to be a literary work or a work of sociological scholarship. We certainly use the wisdom gained from our lore. We also use the wisdom gained from our living tradition and from our continued relationship with the Aesir. And we present it in the most honest way that we can. And there's not a way to necessarily convey this, but during this whole process, there's a great deal of prayer and of offerings and of for however you may conceive it, of running it by the Aesir and hoping for and asking for their blessing with it. So please take that as it was meant and know that that's the place this is coming from. So section 1, the Aesir. Who are the Aesir? They in whom it behooves men to believe. How are answered? The divine Aesir are 12, Gylfaginning 20. The Eddic poem, Gylfaginning, gives us a comprehensive listing of the Aesir to whom we ought to give worship. Odin. Odin is the highest and eldest of the Aesir. He rules all things. And mighty as are the other gods, they all serve him as children obey a father. Gylfaginning 20. Lord Odin is the master of ecstatic frenzy. Odin is the dynamic god who first inspired our founder, Stephen McNallen. Odin is a god of kings and heroes. He inspires and rewards ascension and greatness. Odin is a god of wisdom, of inspiration, of victory, and of countless masteries, known and unknowable. As you will notice, looking at this, we have done an entire show on Odin, and our show is nowhere near complete to express his glory and all of the different facets of his character and his being. There's infinite amounts that could be written in each of these sections. This is the most fundamental that the rest is based off of. Thor. Thor is foremost of them. He that is called Thor of the Aesir, or Oku Thor. He is strongest of all gods and men. Gylfaginning 21. Oku Thor means the driving Thor. He drives his chariot of two goats. Thor is a god of immense might, and he is the friend of mankind. Ásatrú is the divine thunderer. Ásatrú means Thor of the Aesir. Among the blessings of Thor are the strength to face our struggles and the courage to break through barriers that would hold us back. We call upon Thor for protection. We invoke his name to sanctify. Balder. The second son of Odin is Balder, and good things are to be said of him. He is best, and all praise him. He is so fair of feature and so bright that light shines from him. Gylfaginning 22. Balder is the brave prince. Balder's light shines in the souls of his folk. Lord Balder inspires us to shine with nobility. We look to Balder that we might live boldly and that our deeds be courageous. Balder reflects the best of the Aesir and inspires the best in us. Njordur. The third among the Aesir is he that is called Njordur. He dwells in heaven, in the abode called Noatn. He rules the course of the wind and stills sea and fire. On him shall men call for voyages and for hunting. He is so prosperous and abounding in wealth that he may give them great plenty of lands or of gear. And him shall men invoke for such things. Gylfaginning 23. Njordur means Njordur's name means Lord of Vitality. Lord Njordur radiates with health, wealth, and abundance. Njordur gives blessings, including success and prosperity. Freyr. Freyr is the most renowned of the Aesir. He rules over the rain and the shining of the sun, and therewithal the fruit of the earth. And it is good to call on him for fruitful seasons and peace. He governs also the prosperity of men. Gylfaginning 24. Freyr's name means Lord. Lord Freyr blesses his folk with bountiful harvests, with swelling herds, and with thriving families. Freyr is a god of manly virility and potency. Tyr. Yet remains that one of the Aesir who is called Tyr. He is the most daring and best in stoutness of heart, and he has much authority over victory in battle. It is good for men of valor to invoke him. It is a proverb that he is Tyr valiant, who surpasses other men and does not waver. He is wise, so that it is also said that he that is wisest is Tyr prudent. Gylfaginning 25. Tyr's name means God. Lord Tyr is a god of cosmic order, a god of justice, and a pillar that holds up the structure of our existence. Tyr is also a god of duty, even at great cost. Bragi. One is called Bragi. He is renowned for wisdom, and most of all for fluency of speech and skill with words. He knows most of scholarship, and after him, scholarship is called Bragar. And from his name, that one is called Bragar man or woman who possesses eloquence surpassing others, of women or of men. Gylfaginning 26. Bragi is the best of poets. Bragi is a patron of poetry and storytelling. With sacred note and tone, Lord Bragi's music conjures beauty in the souls of his folk. Upon Bragi's tongue are carved sacred runes of wit and eloquence. Every now and again, when there's a long dramatic pause, it's because I'm checking to see if questions are coming up. Bear with me with that, please. Heimdallr. Heimdallr is the name of one. He is called the White God. He is great and holy. 9 maids, all sisters, bore him for a son. He is also called Halinskidi and Gulantani. His teeth were of gold. His horse is called Gold Top. He dwells in the place called Himinbjorg, hard by Bifrost. He is the warder of the gods and sits there by heaven's end to guard the bridge from the hill giants. He needs less sleep than a bird. He sees equally well night and day, 100 leagues from him, and hears how grass grows on the earth, or wool on sheep, and everything that has a louder sound. He has that trumpet which is called Gjallarhorn, and its blast is heard throughout all worlds. Heimdallr's sword is called Head. Gylfaginning 27. Heimdallr's name means home bright. He is also known as Rig. Heimdallr is ever vigilant and guards Ausgarther from the forces of chaos, warns of coming threats. Lord Heimdallr hears our words, he sees our deeds, he knows, and he remembers. We often look to Heimdallr for protection and awareness. Heimdallr inspires us to be ever vigilant in our duties. Vidar. Vidar is the name of one, the silent god. He has a thick shoe. He is nearly as strong as Thor. In him the gods have great trust in all struggles. Gylfaginning 29. Vidar is the wide ruler. Lord Vidar is silent. He speaks through deed alone. Vidar is a god of right order, of duty, and of purpose. Vidar is an avenger. He sets things right. He ensures the existence of order and of good in both space and time. We are inspired by Lord Vidar when there are injustices to be rectified or wrongs that must be righted. The wolf shall fell the father of men, and this shall Vidar avenge. The terrible jaws shall he tear apart, and so the wolf shall he slay. Vafthrúth Nismaul 53. Vauli. One is called Auli or Vauli, son of Odin and Rindr. He is daring in fights and a most fortunate marksman. Gylfaginning 30. Vauli is born for a singular purpose, vengeance. Swift and terrible is the wrath of the Aesir. That wrath is Lord Vauli. Vauli maintains cosmic order with shocking consequence and terrible immediacy. Near or far, none can hide when Vauli's aim is vengeance. We look to Lord Vauli when wrongs must be righted at once, and waiting is not an option. Rind bears Vauli in Vestseller, and one night old fights Odin's son. His hands he shall not wash, his hair he shall comb not, till the slayer of Balder he brings to the flames. Baldur's Drummer 11. Uller. One is called Uller, son of Sif, stepson of Thor. He is so excellent a bowman and so swift on snowshoes that none may contend with him. He is also fair of aspect and has the accomplishments of a warrior. It is well to call on him in single combats. Gylfaginning 31. Uller's name means glorious. Uller is a god of winter and of the hunt. We ask Uller for luck and bounty during hunting season. Lord Uller is a patron of hunting, of winter sports, of dueling, and of marksmanship. Uller's glory shines when life is won from death and warm blood adorns the ice and snow. Forseti. Forseti is the name of the son of Balder and Nanna, daughter of Neb. He has that hall in heaven which is called Glitnir. All that come to him with such quarrels as arise out of lawsuits, all these return thence reconciled. Gylfaginning 32. Forseti is the presiding one, born from the nobility of Balder and the devotion of Nanna. Lord Forseti is the best of judges and greatest arbiter of reconciling among our folk. Lord Forseti would have us rise above the mud and the beasts. He would have us be more. Through cooperation, frither, structure, and leadership, Forseti would have us live and build together with dignity. We look to Forseti for blessings in legal struggles and for conflict resolution between our folk. Let's break there. Does anybody have any, Svan, do you have anything that needs to be said about that? So Svan is muted. If Svan has been muted this whole time, he was not able to interrupt me as I asked that he do. So I hope that you have not had a bunch of stuff you needed to say and we're not able to.
No. I was just listening, and there was some background noise going on. I didn't want to disturb. So, I mean, that is a lot of information, I think, for people to process. But in the broad scale of it, it is worth remembering that our holy Aus, the gods of our folk, as opposed to the Ausinir, are 12 in number. A sacred number, along with many other sacred numbers in our faith, including the number 9. 12 is a symbol of completion. 12 is a symbol of stability and of order. And that is one of the reasons why folks will see around the holy gods, around their heads, you'll see a sonnenrod, a sun wheel with 12 spokes. And that's one of the reasons to show that they are of the God consciousness of the Aesir. I don't know. There's a lot more in there, but I guess I saw some questions kind of popping in.
So we don't have any that have made it over to the questions section. So I'm not sure if there's what, or if stuff's getting kind of taken care of over in the chat, or just where we're at with that.
Well, I see one.
Check private chat.
That's what I did.
I just posted one that's relevant.
Yeah, you did it like seconds ago. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's hit Nick's the question. Yeah. Okay, so this is Nick's very own question that he made up just to contradict me a second ago. Nice going, Nick. No, I'm playing with you, but it's a good question. So from the text, 2 names for Heimdallr. What are the translation of Hallinskidi and Gulintani? Never mind. What I would like to use to refer to you, Svan, is not appropriate for the broadcast. But I don't. don't read into that. Never mind. It's an inside joke. What do you have for that linguistically? Do you know off the top of your head, or is it something we can look
right
up?
off the top of my head?
We can add that in there if you'd like.
Right on top of my and I see in the question too like for Holland Skeethy, I'm sure it's the TH, but it's spelled with just a regular D. That might, but Gulintani means golden tooth or golden teeth. There's a couple of theories on that. One is more the symbolic meaning behind Gulintani, meaning that during the late Nordic period, they have found skulls with dental implants. But I think too the more importantly is that it is much like with Lord Brahe, where he is referred to as being golden tongued, or he has wise and valuable speech. That's one of the big things there. So having of the golden tooth means that the words that come out of his mouth are of high value. There are some theories about it, with Lord Heimdall also being connected to goats and rams, and the idea that a golden toothed ram means it's a ram that's been living a long time, because the the lower carapace of the tooth, or the lower crown of the tooth, becomes golden as they grow older. But I have definitely always just taken that as it is worth to note the value of his word. Again, don't, if I was to be blessed to go up into the heavenly realms and speak with the warden of Ausgarder, I don't think he would have like a golden grill, if you will. I think that's it could have possibility with the dental implants and things like that, seeing that as a sign of prosperity in the age, but it's not confirmed enough to say that it is. And I also, the rams and their gold teeth, that's another theory into of itself. Hallenskidi. Immediately it makes me think of, is it the reference to the white skin? And I would have to go and look up the exact translation just to make sure, because I see, again, he's saying it's not with the eth. Hallenskidi, which doesn't, and again, the translations that we pulled for the Trúlögmál are direct. They're not edited, even despite. So if it is spelled without the eth, that might be on them, because I know we directly.
No, I'm glad. Here's the bigger thing. I'm glad somebody noticed and is paying attention. It's one of those, we don't want unnecessary questions just for random sake, but we want all actual questions. And sometimes if there's silence, you never know whether people are listening and like really focused, or whether they're tuned out. So the fact that people are asking questions, that's cool. I appreciate that. It's kind of a good check-in on that. And most of this stuff, this isn't meant to be revolutionary. This is all stuff that should not be surprising in and of itself. It's trying to be presented clearly in one spot. So I don't expect this will be stuff folks haven't heard before. Also keep in mind, as we do notice these kind of things, we can go in, this is a living document, and add translations to the obscure words when we notice them. So that's good to point out as well. So back in action, section 2, Asatru.
Oh,
go ahead.
There was a question I saw that came in from Jilly Storm.
I didn't make it over to the side. What do you got,
Yeah,
Swan?
so let me see if I can find it because it's moved again.
About Sif?
Yes, about Sif. And I wanted to kind of address some of that as well.
Go for it.
I think I really wish I could find it so I could just repeat it for everyone else.
Question is, her daughter noticed that Sif is very much overshadowed by Thor in the lore, and she wanted to know a little bit more about that.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. First and foremost, he literally overshadows her. In the sense that the dynamic between Lord Thor and Lady Sif is that she is the homestead, she is the grove, she is the orchard, she is the family house, and it is, again, seen as late harvest was best if it was blessed with a thunderstorm. And so the dynamic relationship between them is that one receives and the other begets that power. This is a considerably common point in our faith. I think that a lot of people, and you see it nowadays, and they're kind of doing it. It kind of reminds me of Wiccans. What they'll do is they'll try to lump all of the gods into one sky father. So they need their lord, and it's got to be one sky father. And if they even address the goddesses, they refer and kind of lump them into one earth mommy. So it's sky daddy, earth mommy. It's very simple. It's kind of frustrating to deal with. But instead of looking at the reality of our ancestors, that our ancestors saw the multiplicity of the gods and saw that there is Lord Odin is the leader, he's the king of the gods, but there are other lords of the sky and of fire and of law, and just as so much as there is many maidens that are the facets of the earth. And so you see them just kind of, they're all just aspects of the earth mommy, or they're all just aspects of the sky daddy. And eventually, I think the end goal is to make all Odin and all Frigg, I think, in the long run. And I see this again as a very Wiccan kind of lord and lady thing, but we see the holy gods as multiplicity. And Sif is one of the Austvanir of the holy gods, and she is certainly connected to the earth. And Lord Thor blesses her with the rains. So the overshadowing. Now, from a literary standpoint, again, there's not much on the cults of the gods. Of the cults of Lord Odin, for sure. But beyond Lord Odin, the cults are very, very undefined. There are still people speculating on the cults of Thor and his relation, or the cult of the Holy Frey, even in Iceland and in Norway. They're not hugely defined. And so it's by place names we can see the popularity of the Ouse that were especially in the late ages. And we see Lord Odin, we see the Holy Frey, we see Thor, we see Balder, we see Freya, and we see Frigg, but we don't see, for instance, Sif or maybe Vidar, unless, there is speculation with some words that it might not just simply mean a wide place or a wide expanse, that it's actually referring to Lord Vidar, but we don't know. So when it comes to these things, it's worth remembering that the gods are being spoken of by skalds, and the skalds are men in the halls talking to other menfolk about the gods in the way that as a form of entertainment. It was a way to pass down the lore. For sure, there was much interwoven, but there was also the stories and the way the storytellers, have brought them into the poetics is they focused heavily on the stories that would cultivate excitement in the audience. So, if your daughter sees Sif as being overshadowed by Lord Thor, one, it's worth like a storm over a field. He is quite literally overshadowing. He is one of the lords of the sky. He is the Storm Father. And it is their dynamic relationship that truly brings them into focus. And
well, on this, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I'm sorry. Please finish.
I was going to say that oftentimes, too, many of the holy gods, when they're described in the stories, their focal sense comes about with their union with the feminine. Our holy gods are gendered, and when Lord Odin links with Jarðr and Thor is born forth, that focus is clear, it's poignant, and it's brought about. Yes, there is a story about Lord Odin and him, traveling with Hjörnur and with Loki, and they, kill an otter that turns out to be a wizard's son, and they have to get a dwarf and get his golden cup. So there's lots of stuff going on there, and it's like, why didn't the goddesses have all this stuff? That kind of thinking, I think, is one, it's incomplete in the sense that we don't have those stories and those considerations that we, should have with the gods in the audience. But the cults of the goddesses and the worship of the Aesir is strong. It should be stronger, in my opinion. And I think we are working greatly with the Githyas to kind of make sure that we build those cults. But if our children are reading the stories, they do need to understand that we are reading of a natural primogen of society. We have these warrior class men who are speaking about the gods and wanting to know all the warrior class stuff. So that's what we are going to hear. And I would caution folks from trying to deviate too hard from that. I knew someone who tried to write a story strictly like from the woman's perspective. That's because they're looking at the gods as literal men and literal women, instead of looking at the gods like gods and understanding that when the masculine and the feminine come together and what they produce and the powers that are within the universe and things like that.
So Svan is very nice.
I hear that.
I'm gonna drop some truth bombs. So one thing that's true is, first, in the society these are made for, there is a heavy focus on the warrior aristocracy, which is 100% men, and how they relate to the world. If you are stories are exciting that involve men doing masculine things. Feminine things often lend themselves to a really different audience and a really different portrayal. So that affects how some of the lore's made it down to us. Secondly, no part of me would ever want to be disrespectful to any of our gods or goddesses in any way or be impious. So I have no desire whatsoever to do that. And please don't take this as that. But I think this illustrates some points that are also very fundamental to the Ásatrú folk assembly. There is no such thing as equality. So why shouldn't Thor overshadow Sif? If what we know is the lore that we have, there's no reason to think that any coupling of two things or any two gods or goddesses should have some kind of parity or equality, or that if one is celebrated, the others should be artificially raised to that point and celebrated equally. That's not a thing. That's not something we believe in. Secondly, and again, we have incomplete lore on Lady Sif, and I don't want to project onto her. That would be wrong. But up until very recently, it was very much celebrated for a good wife to intentionally try to make their husband outshine them and to make their husband shine to the maximum. The idea of the wife being in a supportive role to enhance her husband and her house behind the scenes was something to be celebrated and something to be honored. And it wasn't an attempt to belittle or to take away from the wife at all. It was a point of pride that she was able to support her husband and help him, be the best that he could be. It's funny because it's kind of metastasized, but the concept that behind, every great man is a good woman is that idea. A man's greatness and ability to be amazing is very often supported by a less sung wife at home that takes care of those things and makes that happen. And that's not a disrespect. That's the entire story of my grandmother. And she built her life that way intentionally and cherished the ability to do that. And I will always celebrate her for that. She did everything in her life to make her husband have the most fame and best projection of himself possible, and to take care of her children and her home. That is something that will always be overshadowed by the figurehead of the family that is out there winning the fame for the family. Doesn't make that role less important or disgraced at all. And so I think that it's hard when we are in a modern society and we try to look back on the world of our ancestors. Some things are very foreign to us in this generation. You mentioned this is your daughter. That puts her several generations removed from when that was a celebrated aspect of femininity, was that devotion and that service. And so I think that aspect matters a lot as well. We celebrate her as one of the beloved of the Aesir. Her relationship with Lord Thor is what brings her into that very special category. So I don't think that there should be an expectation that that she shouldn't be outshone by Thor. Thor outshines everybody except for Odin. That's why he's listed second. There's not the concern that he outshines Forseti, which he does, or any of the other gods that we celebrate. And, a similar way, Lady Freya or Mother Frigg, they outshine a great many of the gods. So there's not a need for there to be a forced equality and leveling of the playing field. And there shouldn't be. And I think the fact that we feel that compulsion for that is a symptom of the modernity that we find ourselves in.
I wanted to comment just on one. I don't think it's a question, but yeah, the poem in which Ron Boardman was talking about the story of Heimdall and Loki fighting over the Holy Freya's necklace while in seal shape. One, the sounding horn that we have at Thorshof has a depiction of that, and it's from the Husdraupa. So if you're looking if you want to look more into that, HUSDRAPA, the Hustraupa. That is the story in which they fight, and this gives context because in Ragnarok, Heimdall faces off against Loki, and it's very, very important in his standing that he does. But it's built from previous, this story setting that tone, letting that rivalry build up. It wasn't just random.
All right. Well, let's get into our goddesses. So, not less holy are the Aesir, the goddesses, and they're of no less authority. Gylfaginning 20. Go ahead.
Oh wait, I'm just gonna step away for 1 second, and
Sure.
then I will be back. Just letting you know.
All right. The Gylfaginning also reveals to us the listing of our holy Aesir. Frigg. Frigg is the foremost. She has the estate which is called Finsaler, and it is the most glorious. Gylfaginning 35. Frigg's name means beloved. Mother Frigg is the wife of Odin and the queen of Asgard, or queen of the Aesir. Frigg's divine femininity is exemplified within social order as the noble lady of the hall, as dutiful wife, and as loving mother. Wives, mothers, and ladies of station look to Frigg's example. Men often look to Frigg for comfort and warmth. The fate of all does Frigg know well, though herself she says it not. Lokasena 29. 1 second, I'm making a note to self. All right. Freya. Freya is most gently born together with Frigg, Gylfaginning 35. Freya's name means lady. Freya displays her divine femininity in a wild and passionate way. As a goddess of sensuality, desire, fertility, and magic, women often look to Lady Freya to unlock and enhance their spiritual might. Men often look to Freya for help in romance. Her hall, Sessrumnir, is great and fair. When she goes forth, she drives her cats and sits in a chariot. She is most comfortable to men's prayer. Conformable? Need to take a look. All right. And from her, I'm glad that I'm going through this because I'm catching some edits I need to make. I apologize for those. And from her name comes the name of honor, Fro, by which noble women are called. Songs of love are well pleasing to her. It is good to call on her for furtherance in love. Gylfaginning 24. Maidens of Finsaler. Salga. Go ahead.
I was going to say, did you want to? I think it's worth explaining. This is something that's I think is unique to our church that is worth for those that might have been in Ásatrú for a while. This hierarchy and understanding the kind of the relationship as there is as we're going into the Maidens of Finsaler, but clearly based on lore and based on cult of practice, Frigg and Freya clearly shine. And it's unique to know. We don't just say like all the holy goddesses were, we clearly show that correlation. I think that's something that is worth noting. That hierarchy is even established by observation of the folk and their interactions with these two holy goddesses in particular. Nobody would be able to doubt that Frigg and Freya are held in high esteem. And it's also worth noting we don't lump them together. I don't know who, I'm just referring just in blanket terms, but a lot of internet heathens, lump her together. Or again, I think ultimately, even though they're not saying it out loud, it's just about they got the Earth Mommy and the Sky Daddy, and I think that's kind of what they're all boiling it down to. And we don't see that. We see Frigg, the bride of the Earth, and we see Freya as she is, the daughter of Njordr. She's the fruit of the sea and the land.
Well, we don't see it because it's just not true. And it's one of the things, again, I really like doing this show with Svan because it's important to get both these things out there. It's important to me that sometimes we just say it when other people are just wrong. And a lot of times they are. People approach it with linguistics. And yeah, when you get into some of the archaic languages, the names start to get real similar. But the roots are different. And the fundamental concept is very different. In Aryan religion, there's something that's likened to, and this is no disrespect, even though I don't think we would refer to our ladies today as cows or horses. There's something called a cow goddess and a horse goddess, and the idea of domestication versus wild. There is divine femininity within the social order and the social structure displayed one very specific way, and then there is untamed femininity out in the wild outside of that context that's yet to be brought in a unification with a husband and with a family. And so those are very distinct aspects of a woman's life and role, and they're personified by very different goddesses. And we see the two greatest goddesses in our pantheon displaying each of these polarities in very clear and very pronounced ways, and that's very important.
There, to piggyback on what you're saying too, one of the things that I know that there might be people right now who's like, well, I'm a Valkyrie and I'm going to be a wild woman or what have you, but it's worth noting that Frigg is the bride. She's the precious one. She comes into and has the establishment of oaths, or she has the measure and the power of her station within the strata of the community. And that is often why the Holy Freya is kind of in the stories, is she's constantly a prize that's kind of, she has the foundations of her are not stable, and that's because she is wild. It is of that. But if you're seeking stability, if you're seeking understanding and station and realizing, the power of why Frigg is the queen of the gods, is because she has that network and stability. And then there is the wildness, but with that comes again a kind of feeling of not quite being able to be defined, and that there are those edges that the Holy Freya, I mean, that's a lot of the worship that I have, both from myself and seen in others, that they're experiencing kind of an understanding of wanting to maybe delve deeper into the mysteries of the woman, if you will. But at the end of the day, that I think people need to, again, they'll apply that, modernity to it and say that somehow in their, because they've been conditioned so to think of the Holy Frigg as being somehow maybe less because she is bound by oath. She has station, but our ancestors,
not only is she not less, she is quote unquote foremost.
Yes, and it's just worth noting that, and it's predominantly because her name linguistically means the precious one, and that is referring to the fact that she is the bride of the earth. She is the daughter of the earth, and she is given up to and joins with the Holy Aesir. Just another instance of natural law and cosmic order being completely synchronized together. And so I think a lot of people take the literalism and then they want to kind of apply these things. But I mean, if you're looking at it literally, that those concepts, there's like a recent video of a woman talking about how, men don't want to take her as a bride because she's wild, and all of the brides or the wives that she does see are, they're traditional, they're quaint, but what she's really talking about is not their demeanor, it's that their station is unified with a man, and they are together in their strata. And that doesn't mean that they are brought up simply because of the man. They are unified. That's the oftentimes the heart and soul of a man. And so the feminine there is locked into society just like a man is. And that's another thing I wanted to bring up is, remember too, the men folk or the concept of the warrior or the man amongst the stories of the gods also bear in mind the obligation, the oathing, the tying to of the masculine in our society is defense upon death. It is conviction and loyalty to the Lord and to the land at the highest expense, even to your life. So being oath-bound, both as a man and as a woman, was very, very powerful in our ancestor society. And I think it still holds some fairly large vestige in our lives today. There are benefits, perhaps, to being, able to explore your nature and have that freedom, but at the same time, being intrinsically interwoven into the strata of society had great power as well.
So keep in mind, please, everybody who's asking questions, we will get to your questions, but we're asking the ones that are relevant to the text first. And when we get done with that, then we'll go back for the other questions. They will definitely get answered. We have a question. Isn't Freya's hall called Folkvanger? So that's a good thing to bring up. So this is an issue of location. Sessrumnir is the hall. Folkvanger is the
area,
is the land, is where the hall's located.
Like Gladsheim to Valhall.
Exactly, except for, that's typically, the two are switched places in a lot of people's just common understanding of what's become popular. But Valhall is located in Gladsheimer, and Sessrumnir is, or the room with many seats is in Folkvanger, or translates to like the folk fin, doesn't it? Or something close.
The field of the folk, the field or the expanse. It could also be kind of seen as the like the place in between two mountains. It's a flat and yes, receiving, cool, if you will.
There we go. Let me get back to it here. Sorry, guys, a little bit clunky. All right. So the Maidens of Finsaler. Sauga, she dwells at Sokvabeker, and that is a great abode. Gylfaginning 35. Sauga's name means the seeress. She drinks daily with Lord Odin. There they share stories of heroes and drink in gladness. Saga is the keeper of lore and history. She is the teller of tales and the recaller of deeds. Saga takes notice. She remembers. She is the patroness of history and genealogy. Air. She is the best physician. Gylfaginning 35. Air's name means mercy. She helps and heals. We pray to her for healing of the mind, body, and soul. Air is the patroness of doctors and medicine. Gefjon. She is a virgin. Gefjon. She is a virgin, and they that die maidens attend her. Gylfaginning 35. Gefjon is the giver. She watches over young girls and maidens of our folk. Gefjon is a comfort to those who feel alone. Gefjon is the patroness of virgins and of land taking. Fulla. She also is a maid and goes with loose tresses and a golden band about her head. She bears the ashen coffer of Frigg and has charge over her footgear and knows her secret counsel. Gylfaginning 35. Fulla's name means bountiful. She listens to those of our folk who need to share their thoughts. Fulla is the patroness of the well-managed home. Sjoven. She is most diligent in turning the thoughts of men to love, both of women and of men, and her name, and from her name, love longing, is called Sjafni. Gylfaginning 35. Sjoven is the goddess of love. All our folk may look to Sjoven when we yearn for love and companionship. It is wise to seek her blessings when looking for a spouse. Sjoven is the patroness of lovers. Make another editorial note to self here. Apologize, guys. Thanks for sticking with me.
Clarification there. It is clearly mentioned too that men who are attempting to woo the heart of a woman often pray to the holy Freya. And I think it's a misnomer for people to simply say the holy Freya or Freya is the goddess of love. But here we see that Sjoven is, and what I think people need to focus on is the source of the Brisingamen, the source of the holy Freya's power is desire. It's desire that is the true power in there. And that's why, the association with gold, the association with attaining her is that there is desire. Whereas Sjoven really does speak about the amicability between hearts, between those who love each other. So just a little note there.
So we're getting a number of different Freya questions coming up that I think are good for us to address. So it's rightly pointed out that Freya is both a wife and mother in the lore. And that's true, but we don't see that as the point of emphasis, other than perhaps her longing for the absent Other. These two dualities in a woman's nature exist simultaneously to different degrees and different circumstance and whatnot. And as I've said before a bunch of times, our gods aren't two-dimensional. So we're not making cardboard constructs of what these things are or what these deities represent. We're defining the complex personality matrix of each of these spiritual persons, these gods and goddesses. Frigg is also a lover. She has sexuality. She makes children. These aspects exist within her as well, but they're not her emphasis. She's also has powerful magic, but that's not her emphasis. So we see the lore point out these high points. If you read earlier, Njordur is called upon for hunting, but we're like, Ullr is the god of the hunt.
Right.
Both can be true. So it's good that you point that out, and I appreciate that you bring that out about the lore, because that is absolutely a good point to make. And then also a question on the same note of, is Sessrumnir where Freya takes the dead? And I would have to believe so. And it's one of the things that's kind of yes, and it's interesting that hall is, named after the fact that it does have a great many seats for them to occupy. It's fun. Do you have anything on those?
Yeah. One, I would say that the correlation between Odur and Hnoss and Gersemi, the daughters of in the lore, Hnoss and Gersemi both mean glittering, shining, scintillating, precious, and clearly this is correlating to the gold and to a gem or gems, stones of the earth, and it's also emphasized in the Brisingamen. But Odur is passion. Odur is, the word itself means passion. It means the vibrancy of the soul, and I don't want people to think to themselves that, Freya's husband went away, so she's the goddess of single moms. I saw that kind of going on in the side chat about, who would be the of single moms. That's like asking how much protein intake Lord Thor has to have in order to get his gains. That's not where it's really at. If if the holy gods, if one of them picks up a pencil, that doesn't make them the god of pencils, or what have you. And that's another thing, is like, again, the dominion of the sky or the dominion of the earth. These facets, these dominions that the gods have. Lord Odin is the sky father. Lord Thor is of the sky. He's the storm father. And one doesn't tear away from the other. There is clearly hierarchy, but the declination of the sky is not solely on one. There isn't, and I think a lot of people try to do that with, like, they try to Yahweh the gods, and they do that with the goddesses as well. And they shouldn't, but they should look at it as she lost her inspiration, she lost the vitality of her heart, the vitality of her mind. Odur isn't expounded, and like you said, Asir, it's not a major emphasis on her being. But if you are a woman and you want to seek, or you have built a relationship with the holy Freya. Sorry, I don't know if that's mine. I don't think that's my computer doing that.
No, I'll take credit. It's absolutely mine.
Oh, okay.
Don't know why that's the case, but it do.
Yes. So the if you are a single mother, and it's not like you have to pray to the holy Freya because she is too in the lore. No, you could easily pray to all of the Aesir, and that. A lot of times you'll find people who pray to Lord Njordur for fishing and hunting, or they pray to Lord Ullr. It's not one for one. There is no just simple. They are the divine, and they cover each other in a mundane sense, is the way I'm saying it, and it's worth people to note that. And again, the lore is phenomenal at hiding truly big cosmic truths, but sometimes they go into the nitty gritty because you can't quite figure out where Snorri is euhemerizing them, or it was something passed down. Perfect example of that, of course, is Ullr being the stepson of Thor. That right there is a detail let in, but not emphasized. It's just stated. So, I mean, it's like that's like saying Ullr is the god of stepsons. If you're a stepson, you got to pray to Ullr. That's not how, it works. Or when Lord Thor gets the hammer in his lap during the wedding, that is a clear reflection to a cultural tradition. Why would that be done? Well, it would be done because it would be understood by the audience as that's what's done at weddings. So, taking all of the lore that we have, and like you said, Alzirigo, they just kind of applying common sense to the stories. And that common sense and those explorations are fun to do, and they're great, and they get your mind going, and they kind of help build a relationship with the gods, but it's the real gods, the gods themselves, and how we build our relationship with them. That's what matters.
Well, with common sense, I want to also make the point, and this is kind of preempting frequently used arguments. Those who take issue with that, there is one of our responsibilities as noble or Aryan people is to have agency. One of the frequently trotted out responses to things every time somebody takes a position on anything, well, who's to say? Who has the courage to step up is, I guess, who's to say. We like to abdicate using our brain and making connections. And that's not aimed at anybody in specific. It's a very common thing in today's world. Nobody wants to step up and get outside of their comfort zone and use their brain and risk not being perfect or risk something being incomplete in some way. That's the only way we ever move forward with anything. Applying common sense is incredibly important. Yes, common sense is not perfect, but it's better than just not using sense because you don't have perfect sense. That also is a flex of common sense, I suppose. Kind of a point while we're still on it. Sorry if my questions were already answered, but in section 2, the Aesir, are there really only 2 female goddesses, Frigg and Freya? I imagine there were more. First, certainly there were much, much more. As far as goddesses of the Aesir, it's not just a list of 2. If you look, we're not changing section. The Maidens of Finseller are also goddesses, but they are under the auspices of Mother Frigg. So whereas we have 12 gods listed, we actually have 14 goddesses listed there. And we don't claim this is 1,000% all of them that exist. We would endlessly drive ourselves crazy trying to parse that out. But these are the ones that are passed down to us that we know received the worship of our ancestors. And this is certainly our starting point for where to go on that. And go ahead.
There's a part where so Ryan Orion Wotenson said there are, the 12 handmaidens of Frigg and a few others in sources. If you want to know more about those goddesses, look them up. We're speaking of like Nehelania, Zisa, and many of the perhaps localized divinities. One of the things that is worth noting, that was a question that was brought up. Those are part of the Austvanir. That's why the Austvanir means the beloved ones of the gods. They are joined with them. Sif is part of this, Iduna, but there are folks who brought up the idea that they're the divine. And as Alcerigo, they just said, we are not encapsulating them all. We're starting with the core. We're starting with the in the maelstrom. This is the tethering stone. And as you grow in knowledge and you seek more, you might come across these relationships with the Austvanir, who are part of the Aesir.
And go ahead, please. I'm sorry, I just thought you know ahead.
No, I was, but and looking into say the Matroni and understanding the relationship between the Nornir and the Edises or Disir and the Matroni, you might see some commonalities with language. Nerthes to Yarth being the earth, whereas with the Anglo-Saxons, her being Ertha or Ersa, and that might be a linguistic connection. Not necessarily that we see them as separate. We don't see Lord Odin as separate from Woden amongst the Anglo-Saxons. So we do have to choose these. Is this a linguistic connection, or is this, a unique goddess? And where would she fall? And that answer would be the Austvanir, the beloved ones. And the Austvanir, as far as the Gylfaginning goes, is really simple. It is those who have aligned and been allowed to align with the gods. In the stories, it's marriage and children, and their origin is not explained often. Very few people know, but many speculate about, say, for instance, the origins of Idun. So we have that, and they may come from Jotuns, they may come from wherever, but they are beloved and they join with the gods now, just like we do, in a way.
So something that I think may be hard to, I hope it's expressed well and makes sense. The entire point of this document is to be positively phrased. These are the essentials that one must adhere to practice Asatru within the confines of the Asatru Folk Assembly. It's not a list of must not, or you can't do more than this, or something expanded, or other, you can't have any additional things that you do as relates to this. But this is a minimum and expressed positively. Certainly there are other goddesses and other spiritual forces that will make themselves known to us and that do fit in those other categories. But these are the ones that are essential, that our relationship is built upon the worship of and the gift cycle with. But as Svan mentioned before, there are the Himmelwärter, the Heavenly Wardens, and the Austvanir, which is a wide category encompassing a lot of different female deities. But we have no shortage of goddesses involved in a lot of different aspects, and we're kind of in the middle of that list here. Okay, so for folks that might have missed, I do see another question that just came in also about Freya. So I thought Freya was one of the Vanir. What we mentioned at the very beginning of this document, and I'll go read it. I'll go back over it. I'm glad we're taking our time with this. We're in no rush. Svan, in case I forget, we are on about to start Loven. So back up to the top. The Aesir include gods that were originally known as Vanir. After the First War, these gods and goddesses were assimilated into the tribe of and are forever known as the Aesir. And that's really important. People make that distinction, and it's mentioned for a very limited time in our lore. And one of the big themes of that first war and that conflict is the gods of cosmic order and the natural gods of natural forces and natural law became one at the resolution of that war. And the exchange, we hear about it very one-sided. The exchange is the Vanir coming to live with and be among the Aesir. And from that point on in our lore, they're referred to in a list of the Aesir. As a matter of fact, both of these lists, as I mentioned, are, there are 12 Aesir, and the Asatru is, I don't know what the female Vanir linguistically is, but the Asatru literally means the female Aesir.
There was another part there too where Eric, the red light, said if you were to add more gods and goddesses to the list, those that were good to worship, like Sol, Mani, Deir.
Those are literally the heavenly wardens that you.
Yeah, that was in that section. The Himin Verder are the heavenly wardens, and they're unique because they're given dominion over primordial forces, and they have to keep cosmic rotations going, and Deir and not turning the earth. Dellingur, a lot of people forget about Dellingur and his hall, which is the sky, which is the gates in the east, and Ostara, they're all part of the heavenly wardens as well.
Exactly. And we have another question for somebody who came late in the program. What is the Trúlögmál? He's, taking a stab at it, and we've got a couple of people in the room taking a stab at it. It's a combination of three words. True, which has come in a modern sense to mean belief, but it's based on troth and like loyalty. So it's things that are, true to something, being true to yourself, it's about loyalty, but also belief. So it has modern come to us as meaning like religion. So basically religious, then law, and the G is almost silent, but that word means law, and maul is speech or statement. So this is a statement of religious precepts or religious principles. And back to Loven. Loven, she is so gracious and kindly to those that call upon her, that she wins all fathers or Frigg's permission for the coming together of mankind in marriage, of women and men, though it were forbidden before or seemed flatly denied. From her name such permission is called leave. And thus also she is much loved of men. Gylfaginning 35. Loven is the comforter. Loven is a special comfort to those struggling in love. Loven is the patroness of those struggling in love. Vower. Vower, she hearkens to the oaths and compacts made between men and women, whereof such covenants are called vows. She also takes vengeance on those who perjure themselves. Gylfaginning 35. Vower's name means pledge, and she is invoked often in weddings. Vower witnesses. Vower remembers. Vower is the patroness of wedding vows. This answers a question that we had over in the queue. I think there was some confusion between Vor and Vower, and they sound very, very similar. But this is, Vower is absolutely the ultimate, it is specifically her job to pay attention to the pledges made in weddings, as is said here. Though that said, we often invoke other gods and goddesses dependent upon any special relationship the bride or groom may have with a particular deity, or if it's done in one of our hofs, we do call upon that god to witness what we're doing. So I think that applies as well. Vor, she is wise and of searching spirit, so that none can conceal anything from her. It is a saying that a woman becomes aware of that which she is informed. Gylfaginning 35. Vor is, yeah, please.
Sorry, I keep muting myself, and then I'll go to speak, and I'm like, oh.
No, I literally told you to interrupt because I can't see you while I'm reading this thing. So you're great.
I mean, a couple of things. One, and I kind of wanted to address something because I doubt it's going to come up in our chat because our folk are pretty squared away. But they may go looking about in the dark cockles of the internet, and they might find that there are a lot of the internet heathens, and I would say the modernists that are using the gods to kind of facilitate their political ideologies and so forth. The holy goddess Lovin, they try to associate with immoral sexual orientations. And they do this kind of, I think they think it's an own, but it's not an own, because she presides over the love that is forbidden, love that is seen as wrong. So in a way, they're admitting that it's wrong, but this is a stretch unto itself. Lovin is, again, the soother of disputes, the soother of between families, between husband and wife, or there's many things that can come about from marriages, and some, or the proposals of marriages, and sometimes they're not always smooth. And especially in our ancestors' times, it could be because of blood feuds and because of land disputes and because of many things. So that was one thing that I wanted to speak on, and the other was with var and vaur. For people, I know it causes a lot of confusion, but remember too, the O with the umlaut is an AU, so vaur, she sees far. That's kind of one of the ways that I try to teach people to remember, whereas vaur, the A with the dash over it, is an ow sound, and it literally means vows. But I do not make a vow if I pledge my allegiance to Asatru, if I pledge my allegiance to my church, if I pledge allegiance to my gods, I am not making a vow that exchanges. I am professing my faith, that as it stands, a standard that I must hold for myself. One of the interesting things about her is that it's not a regular oath. It is an exchange of devotion between two that is measured on both ends, and she's the one that's binding that, holding that down. So there are different types of oaths that are worth taking note of, and that's why I think she's not simply the goddess of all oaths. No, hers is very specific, and it's because of the nature of where it comes from. And just like we talk about the Aesir meaning the pillars, and the Vanir meaning the waning gods. They rise and they fall. But the Asatru are unique, especially the maidens. They weave themselves between the pillars, kind of cohesively holding everything together. And they are present even if perhaps you don't, build a cult around the Asatru. They are ever present in most everything we do, especially when we talk about family life, we talk about home life, or we talk about interactions with each other.
This is a note I'd like to add as kind of an addendum to my point about women kind of being celebrated by their supporting role in things. So many of our goddesses are not always, especially the maidens of Finseller, we see them in terms of service. They weave these things together in society. Their job in a lot of cases is very much not necessarily to be the front showy focus. A lot of the time it's to weave together the unity of our gods, to weave together community. And it's just because it's less flashy doesn't mean it's necessarily less important. It's extremely important. It literally weaves the fabric of community together. And we see that reflected below with how our women are frith weavers and capable of bonding together very strong personalities in unity and in community with one another to make a strong tribe. So it's a very, very important. And that's why we're honoring them here to the best of our ability as we know. And hopefully as we continue our worship, we'll build stronger relationships with all of our gods and understand them even better and have more to say about their nature.
May I intercede 1 second too, because this is
Sure.
the third time. I love you, Wolf Throne. This is the third time we've addressed this. Why do you think Snorri doesn't list Sif in his list of Aesir that we ought to pray to? It always struck me as odd that Frigg's handmaidens are included, but not more prevalent goddesses like Sif, Idun, and Skadi. We have addressed this, but I'll address it again. There are like the 4 classifications. There's Aus, Ausinjur, Austvenir, and Himmenverder. Those 4 elements make the Aesir.
Why are they more prevalent? And in what way are they more prevalent?
I took this as prevalent to say the individual person who has troth with the gods. Perhaps they have a relationship that might be unique, and coming from them and feeling like the listing might be.
I think that people, because in 2024 you are more familiar with the name, I think it's worth checking in to see, are they in fact more prevalent? Do you find issuances in any of the archaeology of place names that indicate them? Do you find more information in our lore talking about them? Now, sometimes you do see them in story. Very often it's directly as in a
instigation of plot, maybe.
Way to, I don't want to be disrespectful, and I don't mean to, but the position that they are in the story is as very often as a plot device that facilitates actions between gods and the giants, or gods and one another, or things that way. But I don't think you really do see a lot of attestation. I've talked a lot before, and I'm not denying their existence or their value as goddesses, but what I am saying is, when you see the lore that is instructional, like listing gods that people worship, and it talks about worship and it talks about those things, you do see these goddesses mentioned and you don't see them mentioned. When you see lore that is more entertaining storytelling, there you see them have a greater prominence. But I think examining why and how you conceive of them as prevalent is worth looking into as well, because there's not a great deal of lore on many of these goddesses outside of Freya and Frigg. All right, so Thor is the careful one. She sees what others overlook. Details matter, and small things can have great importance. Vaur takes notice. Vaur is the patroness of intuition and foresight. Seen. She keeps the door in the hall and locks it for those who should not go in. She is also set at trials as a defense against such suits as she wishes to refute. Thence is the expression that seen is set forward when a man denies. Gylf beginning 35. Seen's name means refusal. She exemplifies a woman's responsibility to set boundaries. Seen as a resource of inspiration and power when women seek to influence events around them and put order to chaos. Seen is the patroness of thresholds and of personal sovereignty. Clean. Clean, she is established as keeper over those men whom Frigg desires to preserve from any danger. Thence comes the saying that he who escapes leans. Gylfaginning 35. Hlin is the protector. Hlin is good for women to pray to when loved ones are far away and there is need to safeguard them. Hlin is the patroness of protection, especially protection of children. Snotra. Snotra, she is prudent and of gentle bearing. From her name, a woman or a man who is moderate is called Snotr. Gylfaginning 35. Snotra's name means clever. Often women have need of creative and artful solutions. Snotra is good to look to for help in this area. Snotra is the patroness of tact and social propriety. Now her Frigg sends into diverse lands on her errands. She has that horse which runs over the sky and sea and is called Hooftosser. Gylfaginning 35. Now is the divine messenger of Mother Frigg. Now is the patroness of communication. Go ahead.
On translation, I saw something for those folks looking at Lovin and Sjolvin or Solvin. Remember, to the N at the end is its own syllable. Just like much of the times with say Heimdallr, the R at the end of Heimdall's name is oftentimes read as its own syllable. So, and the other worth knowing is that the F in the middle of the word is a V sound. So, Solvin and Lovin is the correct Old Norse or Nordic pronunciation, I'll say. Because again, sometimes there's speculation on the way Old Norse was pronounced. Yes, and Hlin was charged with protecting Balder. Sarah Lynn, you are correct. I was hoping, I didn't think anybody was going to bring it up, but that is why she is the sorrow. Another sorrow of Hlin is that she is also charged to protect or to stand by Lord Odin. It speaks about the sorrow and the inevitability of Ragnarok, but Hlin is, I have a personal relationship. I think that's very strong with this Asanir. And one of the things that it's worth noting is she's often symbolized as having a shield. And it's not that she's a Valkyrie power. No, one of the things that's worth noting is the shield oftentimes, the imagery and the tools in which the gods have speak on a higher level. She can intercept the flow of fate. The shield intercepts things. This is a very powerful thing and causes a lot of ripples. Having that power being bestowed upon her by her matron, the Holy Frigga, is a huge deal. So,
all right. Part 2, the Aesir and the Aryan folk. Asatru is an ethnic religion. Ethnic religions spring from the unique collective soul of a particular race and their relationship with their gods. Asatru is the religious relationship between the Aesir and the Aryan folk. Aryan means noble. This is an ancient word used by our race to describe ourselves. The name Aryan is a recognition of our inherent nobility and sets the highest standard for us to live up to. Our relationship with the Aesir is integral to to our very existence and identity. The Aesir were our gods at our inception and have always been, and we have always been their folk. The Aesir are our deepest ancestor, and we are their sons and daughters. The Aesir will guide us eternally towards victory, and we will ever seek to make them proud. Section 1. Go ahead.
So that part there is really, really what you did there. And I think a lot of people don't realize like what you constructed this and kind of added on with the guidance and like, or just asking a lot of us like in the Witan to look at and kind of tweak, but this is your construction. And one of the things I remember when I first came in and had said was that our gods would be with us despite if the Eddas never existed. A lot of people don't see that. They don't understand that. That I think might be out of that the gods are the lore and only the lore. And you were the first person I ever encountered that said, no, the gods are not the lore. The gods would be with us. If the Eddas had never made it, they would still be with us. And I was deeply affected by that because it suddenly broke me out of the kind of, I think the general mode that people are on, that train track that they're on, is that they are so integral to us that even if we didn't have the Eddas, they would be there. And I brought this up in a Gothar class when we were talking about the holy Asatru Trúlögmál, the giver. I likened her to the usage of Columbia amongst the early Americans. I likened her to the spirit of manifest destiny. When we see that painting and we see her floating above as folk are moving westward, the potential of the land, that is exactly who she was in Scandinavia. And now here she is again, because she is with us. Eddas are not, the gods manifest within us. We express them. Or what we're talking about was the painting of, always forget the German painter that did the gold tears. Klimt did a painting where a woman with golden tears and blonde hair coming out, again manifesting out of him this pure image. So those last lines where you say that the Aesir are our deepest ancestors and we are their sons and daughters and they will guide us eternally, is they are guiding us. They have been guiding us despite the fact that we have been obfuscated from the truth by foreign religions and organized ideals from organizations that I don't think have our folks' best interests in heart. And if you look hard enough, if you scratch, you can, under the surface of a lot of that, you can see the holy gods. You can see the holy Aus and the holy Asatru still with us, still bubbling up in our art and in our music and in things, because we can't be separated from them.
Absolutely. Section 1. Odin, Vili, and Ve give us the gifts of life. Odin, along with his brothers Vili, sometimes called Honor, and Ve, sometimes called Lother, created our reality. They took what they found, and from it, they created Aryan mankind. The Aesir gave us life, fate, and our Aryan soul. Thus began the sacred gift cycle. When the sons of Bor were walking along the sea strand, they found 2 trees and took up the trees and shaped men of them. The first gave them spirit and life. The second, wit and feeling. The third, form, speech, hearing, and sight. They gave them clothing and names. The male was called Oscar, and the female Embla, and of them was mankind begotten, which received a dwelling place under Midgard. Gylfaginning 9. Our soul. The Aryan soul is multifaceted and beautiful in its complexity. Our personal soul has 9 parts. We are all connected to all of our folk, past, present, and future, by our folk soul. The folk soul is the collective unconscious of our race and our shared well of experience. Below are the components of the Aryan soul. Leek, the lifeless body, the physical body. Ek, I, the self or ego. Hur, mind, the analytical mind. Mini, remembrance, memory. Ond, spirit, breath, the animating breath of life. Hammer, shape, skin, the appearance one projects. Sao, the soul, the fundamental individual identity. Hamenya, luck, accumulated luck and spiritual potency. Filya, someone who accompanies, a protective guardian that watches over a person or family. GW Farnsworth bought us 5 coffees, $25. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And new apprentice folk builder Brody and his wife Olivia Sutherland, folk builder Olivia Sutherland, donated. I'm checking on something here. Yeah, they donated $500 to the Odenshoff Fund. We appreciate you very much. That's awesome. We will get your names up on the plaque, so anybody knows, anybody who donates $500 or more, either as a lump sum or all together to one of our Hoffs, we make sure we put their name on a plaque to remember them and celebrate them there. So thank you very much for that. That's huge. Svan, is there any note or anything you want to say about the soul complex while we're on that?
Yeah, I think people might get a little confused about the lifeless body. Maybe the way that's read. I think that remember the other components are what makes the totality of the soul. The other thing that might isn't really said. This is the interesting and beautiful thing about the Trúlögmál is the Trúlögmál is a foundational point. It's not the end, it's the beginning of. For instance, that there is the belief and inclination in the Gothar about what would be called the woad self. And the woad self is the accumulation of your hamur kind of emanating with your hamingya, while also your hur and your mini are completely focused. The self becomes, or the das ein or the ek becomes honed like a funnel, and it pours itself into the soul, and then the soul then shines and becomes the woad self, if you will. This is mentioned in Ásatrú by founder Stephen McNallen. And so if anybody has any questions about like why that isn't there, is because that component is actually a culmination of other components, and that would be just a slight leaning towards one of the esoteric paths that lies within our faith. So outside of that, I saw some questions coming in, and one thing that I was wanting to address was about the idea of an AFA Ásatrú Bible. Most likely what's going to come from us is not a reiteration of lore, because we've spoken about that the gods are not just the lore, but that we would also greatly look at what the folk have built with the gods, especially, let's say, for instance, the goddess Air. We could speak about her and her relationship with the folk quite clearly, even though Snorri leaves us scant, or Saxo Grammaticus completely euhemerizes the gods. So there is a difference. I think that the lore that we want everyone to read is all of it. We want people to read multiple translations to get the best idea, but we don't necessarily see one translation as better than the other. And I have seen people attempt to create this kind of Ada or Bible, and again, it starts to get brittle, especially when some of the translations are shoddy or shaky at best, and then others is that it goes along the presumptions of the author, and so there are things that are brought about from the lore that don't meet they go like halfway across the bridge. I like a perfect example is I saw a translation in one of these books about the fish, the wolf, the children of the wolf, or the nation of the wolf, were so readily encompassing the river around Valhall, and the author didn't know what that was, so he kind of tallied it to a holy ouse, without ever kind of giving the concept that, you know, the nation of the wolf being like the berserker, or being the Ulfhidnar, or being really the elevated warriors of ecstasy amongst Lord Odin surrounding Valhall. So when you get into the one book or the one thing like that, I know that it was spoken of as being practical and helping people come home, but more importantly, I would say that the Trúlögmál, as it's right now, is one of the best devices you could use to point out to folks that are new. I would say also the website is another good one, because I even saw some other comments about, like, this is so great, I get to, you know, go through this information without getting super bogged down, because not everybody is a scholar, and you know, if only scholars can honor the gods, then we're in trouble. You know, the people that live their lives and honor the gods. But if you're having a problem with, say, honoring individual relationships with the divine, I would also say you can always default to honoring the totality of the Aesir. And that includes all of the gods. So if you're feeling, you know, kind of lost in that, go there. And we do that with the ancestors. You know, we have ancestors that we specifically honor, perhaps even ones that we used to know, or had relationships with, and we wish to continue those relationships now. But you can still, in the large, hearken back to the faith and the relationship with your ancestors, just like you can at large with the gods.
So that's a really important point. If you're just starting out, you don't need to be an expert on these things. Hopefully, this document that's pretty small will give you a place to start. But if you're unsure, just making offerings in praise of the Aesir is a completely acceptable and a nice place to start. So much of this is about intention, and that is a nice thing to do. You're not fooling our gods. Our gods know if you know stuff or if you don't. So you're not going to impress them with nonsense and with you know, some kind of illusion. If you come to them as you are and you don't know very much, but you want to learn more, just approaching them honestly and say, you know, hail the Aesir, you know, I want to learn more. That's awesome. That's great. That's a wonderful place to start. It's so much more important than going before them and trying to impress them with how many of Odin's bynames that you know. I don't mean to speak for the Allfather. If he appreciates that, then please disregard what I'm saying. But logic doesn't bear out to me. He knows his names. So you giving him a book report about Odin, he knows who he is. I would be much more impressed if, rather than like, aha, Alzhir Gothi, let me tell you this. I pulled up your transcripts from high school and I know this obscure thing about you. So I care a lot more about folks that I met this last weekend that worshiped with me, that stood in the circle with me at Midsummer, and that, you know, upon leaving gave me a hug and said, hey, it's great to get to meet you. And, you know, hope I see you again next time. I care a lot more about that person than the guy that dug through my trash and knows some obscure detail about me. So that brings us into section 2. The Nornir weave our Orlal. And you'll notice Orlal has the same word in it that Trúlögmál has, that L-O with the umlaut G. So this is like the primal law, the original layer. Thence come the maidens mighty in wisdom, 3 from the dwelling down neath the tree. Erther is one named, Verdandi the other. On the wood they scored, and scold the third. Laws they made there, and life allotted to the sons of men, and set their fates, Volospau 20. The 3 Nornir are Erther, fate. She is associated with the past that has led to this point. Verdandi, happening. She is focused on the present. Skuld, should. Linguistically, her name is the very root of that word should. She focuses on the direction of the future, not what must happen, but what should happen if the current trajectory continues. The Nornir weave the tapestry of Orlal. Orlal means primal law and is the tapestry of fate. Orlal is woven from deeds, past, present, and future, that determine the form and course of existence. When a name is affixed to someone or something, from then on, they are woven into the tapestry as a unique being with a unique fate. Orlal sets the course and the momentum towards a destination. Our deeds determine whether we achieve that destination or whether we change course. Our deeds and reputation shape our futures. Also, an important point and something that came up talking to some folks this weekend. There is a highly dramatized idea that our ancestors just believed in some kind of, predestination to everything and this completely fatalistic existence. This is another time that I want you to use logic to think about that and to apply it to that. If everything is pre-written for you by some external source and we're just NPCs playing out the script that was somehow written for us by something else, it's fundamentally askew to every principle that we value and every virtue that we value. If that is all, if there is no such thing as free will, then there is also no such thing as villainy and no such thing as heroism. There is no such thing as nobility. There is no such thing as thraldom or churlishness. There is no such thing as any of the extremes of, there's no such thing as winning fame for yourself. You're not winning anything. They've already won it for you. You're just acting out the will of some kind of preordained fate. All of that doesn't make sense. And I think fundamentally we know that to be true. We exhibit free will every day. And we know that we do. From the smallest, tiniest decisions we make to the grand dreams that we posit for our life. It's literally the value of existence is our ability to execute free will. Billy, who we just spoke about, his name literally means will. So much of what we do is about intention and will. And if there were no such thing as free will, then none of those things make any sense. So for those that were under the assumption that there's no concept of free will or that our ancestors somehow, that doesn't play out. That's kind of a Hollywood myth, and it's not supported by the sagas, which tell the deeds of heroes and which speak glowingly of courage. There's no such thing as courage if there's no such thing as free will. So I just ask that you factor that in when you read and digest that. I'm looking over at some questions on the side.
Can I speak up on that as well?
Please.
It's worth noting the English language has a past, has a present, but every future tense is just the present, but with the usage of the word will. I ran, I run, and I will run. The other point of this is it's like somebody saying, well, Svan, there's mentions of the fate of the gods, or there's mention of the fate of a hero or something like that. It's always about being able to determine the fate of the future through the actions of the past. But that means that great deeds can change those. Hence why Lord Odin is doing what he's doing, why he's gathering Kvasir's mead or blood, and why he is, trying to stave off or change the course of things. It's not that it's already predetermined. It's that the actions of the past are sending things in a trajectory. That's the Orlaw. But the will, the manifestation of the will, the weird that is being woven now is what allows you to turn the tides of these things. It's much like the wave and the sail on a ship. The wave is going to take you, but the sail is what's going to possibly, you can turn, you can go across the grain of the wave, or so on and so forth. Those two things make the ultimate kind of guiding force. Another reason why Lord Odin placed his eye in the well of memory. A lot of people try to misconstrue Mimir's well as being the well of time. No, that's Earth's well, which is in heaven, by the way. But Mimir's well is the memory well. It's the well of all actions that have come to pass. So that way he can best predict the trajectory of the future. Otherwise, if it's already known, then it's playing. It's like a needle playing on a record.
So we have a couple of questions that are relevant to this that I would like to address. Ryan Wotenson, I respectfully disagree with the last gifts. Litu Goda, Victor Rydberg explains it quite well. It's like personality, visage, the divine light from our face that is unique to us. I think that should be made clearer. I mean, the translation of Litu Goda. Svan, do you have thoughts?
Where in this section is he? The gifts of light.
Talking about the gifts of Odin, Vili, and Ve.
Right. Well, I mean, the translation itself is actually not detailed. It means the goodly light or goodly. I mean, if you're looking at direct translation, it is the Litugo, the goodly light, and that can and has been already by many scholars placed in as to what that might mean, whether it's the goodly hue or the shape of the folk. Sometimes, like we see the translation is held as the shape of, the coloring of.
And I think you're dealing with a different chunk of lore than we're dealing with, describing the same event. But it was something because you're dealing with the goodly hue. So I don't want to overspeak, Svan. You may be able to pull this up in your brain quicker. But remember, there are two descriptions of this event that happen, and we chose this one for a specific reason. Kind of like I mentioned earlier, this is a place to begin and not an ending. Nothing we're saying conflicts with what you're suggesting at all. But this is described in two different passages, and next time Svan gets on a roll, I will look it up and find the second passage for you, because they're out of different little chunks of our lore describing the same event.
So the one that we use is from the Gylfaginning, but the other one is from the Völuspá. In the Völuspá it says, Oath gav Hjónur, Lá gave Lóður og Lítu Góða. So, it's there. Lá and Lítur alone. Goodliness is, of course, Góða. But those two words are, again, very, very hard for people to translate. Some people have looked at it as, again, when they talk about the light, is it, in usage of the way that, their face, their coloring looks. Some people try to deviate away from that because it could imply, the racial concepts. Or some people say it's sight. Some people say it's, again, the wits of, or the comprehension of the mind, and the blood, the Lao being the blood, or the life flow, or perhaps the genetic descendancy. I know that's getting really kind of deep in the weeds. But Lá and Lítur are very hard to kind of nail down. And that's why you find a lot of these interpretations. All of this pretty straightforward. And it's mentioned again with the Holy Freya. It's mentioned with Lord Odin. And Ond, again, very, very clear. But Lá and Lítur are interesting. And I think that when it comes to, say, perhaps having a better interpretation is like, what flavor do you like? What flavor sits best well with you in the interpretation of it? Because if you look at Bellows, if you look at, Thorpe, if you look at the Ryberg, and their explanations, or some explain, some don't. They just simply translate it to be of goodly hue, or goodly light, or goodly visage, if you will. So like there's those two words and specifics are interesting, because when you go to look them up, very oftentimes you will get it like Lao as a prefix, and that's when you get some interesting things. Or sometimes Litu is often referred to as like the being in and of itself, but that they're referencing to like the shape or the presence of the body, as opposed to even being the coloring or the wit, if you will. But the translations here too are the specific what is it, quote, the quote that was pulled oftentimes is bellows. Am I correct on that?
I believe that's the one we used with bellows.
Yeah, and it is mentioned in the Gylfaginning and in the Völuspá in stanza 18, if you're following Bellows' translation.
Yeah, we went with one, but they're described in both places. And again, this isn't conflicting with that. I think it's kind of a really narrowed in thing. Most translations that I've found of the Völuspá passage you're referring to make it goodly hue, or like handsome, good looking coloring.
Of note, I have dropped the Old Norse from the Gylfaginning and the Blue Spout in the private chat if Svan needs to look at it. But you are correct about everything you said. But we use the Gylfaginning and the Trúlögmál, and the Blue Spout is what actually mentioned to go up. So we didn't even do that.
And I don't think that it doesn't mean what you're suggesting. Please don't get me wrong on that. I think that the coloring, one of the overriding themes of this, and they use a little bit different terms in both of these different passages of lore, but the idea is these things differentiate a corpse from a living being. They differentiate a wax museum likeness of something from the living presence of that thing. One of those things is coloring. And some of that is the light in the eye. Some of that is that spark of life that you see. And that's being defined here in a number of, I guess in 6 different ways. 3 in the translation that are in the Gylfaginning, and then 3, slightly different but expressing the same thought in the Voluspout. So I don't feel that we're in disagreement, and there's a lot of extra that you can add on to it, or extra that you can read into it that's of value to you. And we're not attempting to take that away, but that passage that you're mentioning is from the other account of creation. And
one thing I would like to bring up there is that the word litu, the fact that it has a U on there is because it's connected to Goda. The word itself is lita, and that means to look, or in this case, to look good. If you want to talk about like a direct translation, it's like, and good lookingness. But what it really kind of means is to project that which is fair to look upon. That would be like probably the most poetic, correct way of translating it.
That's where they're getting goodly hue. Light, if it was light, that would be lios, correct?
Yeah. Yes. But right. Lita and litu, there's lit, litum, litin, lita, and litu are all to look in someone's eyes, to gaze upon them. But in this case, it's to be good looking. It is to look good or to be pleasing to the eye. So therein lies a lot of interpretation with the idea of the coloring, the shape, the fairness, the light of the eyes, that which shows life as opposed to death. I mean, yeah, it's not clear because it's not really a clear translation, and good looking doesn't I guess
divine light would translate to like helios,
holy light.
But yeah, I think all of those things within the encompassing of all these 3 gifts is the idea that one's giving you the breath of life that animates you, the other giving you, your blood, your appearance of liveliness, your response to touch, and the other your connection with divinity, the embodiment of a spiritual being, something above the animal kingdom. And I think that all of that really is communicated here. And then the other thing, and I think this point is worth doing, this is a Nick thing that he threw it in there as a question, but I think it's a thought that other people might have. And I think that the answer to it is illustrative of something that I want really clear to folks. So Nick says, I don't know if this is pedantic or hyper-focused or what, but in my brain, I don't think of the Nornir as weaving a tapestry, but as carving in stone. Seems a bit more fixed, yeah, but they're supreme, so I figured they could adjust their carvings. To me, weaving fate fits more with Greek fates. It's all Aryan, of course, but I'm just trying to fixate on imagery in my head. And I think that's a really good question because it's the kind of thing that people think of. So what's important, a couple of thought processes
And actually,
me on
for you to know, I was just looking in the Vluspow, and in the
Yeah,
Vluspow,
on wood.
they actually mentioned carving in wood.
Yeah, on wood.
Yeah,
they
that's in,
sword.
that's in the quote that we just mentioned, is that carving. So both imagery is there. More often it's referred to in a weaving as far as fate and tapestry, and I think some of that relates to women's industry where it comes to weaving. That's typically a female art that they do, whereas stone carving is not quite as much. But the thing is, that's what the lore presents us and hands down to us overwhelming, and that's what I wanted to faithfully represent. There's a lot of times that I could deviate from the lore out of convenience or to reinforce stuff I like or stuff that's cool to me versus stuff that's cool to other people. I wanted to be very conscious not to do that because it's a really important responsibility. If anything is a evolution of the lore or an expounding on it, then I try to do that very cautiously with prayerful reflection and taking that responsibility really seriously. But I never want to change something around or represent something differently if it's just a matter of convenience or utility or preference. The only way that I want to, and again, not change the lore, but add to it, is if it's a genuine truth that I feel is communicated to me by my relationship with the gods and by my understanding as a Gothi. But I would never want to represent that differently for something mundane like that. And so I try really hard to make sure I'm avoiding doing any of that. It's really important to me. The other thing is they're not carving on anything and they're not weaving textiles. And but it's no, this isn't
fair.
No, but we all do this, Nick. That's not aimed at you, Snarky. I will absolutely aim snarky things at you, but not right now. We all do this, and it's worth checking in with ourselves. When we hyper focus on detail in the lore, no, stop. Great cosmic goddesses of our folk that govern existence are shaping through their power as goddesses the course and current of events in incalculable, unfathomable processes of the cosmos that we don't have frame of reference on. So our ancestors likened it to the things they found most similar, or the things that the listener would be able to put form to in their mind and make sense of. But there's not, three women sitting around a loom weaving something, or, whittling some wood. And that's not anything silly. We all do that, but it's worth checking in on some of these things and say, what is the point of the communication? What does this mean versus, again, what kind of thread count does that loom have?
Well, there's something else too about the weaving that also holds well, especially with what we've been talking about. There are two strings that make the weave of fabric. The warp is the vertical lines that are set before. The willful action is the weft. So in a way, orlog is the warp. It's the things that have been set down before. It's the orlaw. And then your own individual will and the way that you move through these things create the weft. And that is what locks it together. So I think it's a good analogy either way, and especially with the way that we explain orlaw and weird, even though they are technically the same thing or the one fabric. They are kind of made up of two elements.
So I'm curious on something here, and I want to so the suggestion is that, and tell us more if there's a thing, but goodly hue / color is good. I just think the AFA might as well use non-PC language. I'm unaware of what PC language that we're using, and if you could be more explicit on that, I'm genuinely curious, because I'm not sure what you're picking up on, because that certainly, as I think is evident from the rest of the document, we're very intentionally not trying to be PC at all. So if you're noticing something maybe we're not, please, if you can make that a little bit more specific, because I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Maybe it's because I spent a long time in this document that sometimes, when you do something for a while, you become a little bit, you can't see the forest for the trees. So if you're seeing something different than what I am, please let me know.
The word Lao means, like in common usage in Old Norse, was the spot in which the land and the sea meet. And that's kind of always been taken as kind of the ancestral blood, like almost like a kenning. The ancestral blood meets the living flesh. This is the point of that strand. And then lead to go, that means they look are good to look upon.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, those are like the direct or like closest direct translations. That's when you start getting into the interpretations like goodly hue, goodly shape, or light upon, that's what it gets on. I think the biggest thing for us to focus on is that which makes us alive, that as opposed to dead. But I think he means instead of goodly hue, we should say like, awesome skin color.
Well, I mean, is that the point, that we should say like whiteness? Because again, like Nick said, I don't think it's indicated in the text. I've said that we are the noble race. I've said, I've tried to include a lot of these things. It's just not included there. It's just not really in that text. And there's a lot of Old Norse words that mean that. And you see it when you talk about nobility, when you talk about like the white-armed maidens, or when we talked about Heimdallr being the white Aus. That word just isn't in the translation, and I don't really think it's put there. I think that was kind of a given, because when our ancestors were talking about people, they were talking about us. There was different words for other occupants of the planet that were not them. So that wasn't an intentional. Yeah, I think that's what he's getting at. It's just not there in that passage. I think you and I both agree, and we've been, our what we look like, and our race is a gift that makes us who we are from our gods, and that's a reflection of that divinity. But that's just not in the passage. And like I said, I don't want to misrepresent our lore to make points that are appealing to our current political climate or are self-serving to narratives. I want our lore to be distilled in a way that is accurate to the way that our gods handed it to us, and that's very important to me. You will find some other, I guess, less PC things, or some things that may tickle your fancy a little bit more, I think, in the following sections, where it's more of me writing about us. But hang on, I think there'll be more of that you might, I don't know.
Well, there's one interesting point of this. The translation Litu Goda, that to good to look upon, because Litu means to gaze or to look upon, and Goda is the goodness of that. What that means is that the Holy Aus, when they shaped us and gave us that which they felt made us good to look upon, good to see. And I think that's an interesting part of that, is that the possession of that sight comes from the gods, that they have done this, that they have given us colors. They have given us red colors and blonde colors and auburn colors. And they've given us all of these different, colors of the palette of things, so that we are goodly to look upon by them. And that literally is what it means. Lutagoda. It's not necessarily good looking. It's that we are good to look upon from their eyes.
Mm-hmm. All right. So let me look here because I'm trying to find a good place. This is probably as good a place as any to leave off until next time and go to the questions we haven't answered yet. So we are in section 3 of part 2, if we could remember that. And Svan, will you be able to join us next week for the continuation?
Absolutely. I am going to step away for 1 second to use the restroom, and then I'll be right back.
Excellent. So, all right. Getting back, let me go back and look at some of our questions here that we've. Raven, where do we donate? I was saying the donation links are in the description of this video. Nick is throwing up the little thing you scan to buy us a coffee. That's appreciated. If you want to donate directly at runestone.org, there's a donation link, and that'll give you a number of different things that you could put your donation towards if that's something you'd like to do. And we appreciate that you'd want to do that. Thank you for everybody who has been generous and done that. I should note that this month we've made, I believe, 2 additional payments so far on the Njordshof payoff. So we are those numbers are backwards, Nick. So the numbers that are remaining is
they sure are.
Flip those around. The number remaining is $84,969.71. So that's come way down this year so far. Thank you guys so much for contributing. I know those look like big numbers, but if you look at the overall thermometer in less than 2 years, that green section is how much we've paid off through y'all's generosity. So thank you so much. It's getting us a lot closer to our goal. And as folks know, that is the first step in order of things we need to accomplish so we can get phrase off. All right. So where we at? We got that. Okay, so now we're getting to some of the Wolf Throne questions. So I will try to get this as best I can, and I appreciate that it's very thought out and complete. It's just in really big chunks. So let's see what we can do. The Wolf Throne says, it is believed by some that the Proto-Indo-European religion spread across not only Europe, but much of the world in general, including Asia and even the Americas. Those similarities in mythologies and names through similarities in mythologies and names of deities. Ron McVan even proposed the idea that the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl could be the same as Odin. I read about Shinto a bit online and found that some of their gods actually originate from the Hindu pantheon via Buddhist influence. Would this indicate that Shinto gods are our gods, but practiced through the ethnic Japanese interpretation? Could this mean that other pantheons, like Native American, Aztec, African, also share a very ancient root? Thomas Rousel also believes in the idea that all polytheistic religions are arriving at the same truth. He uses the analogy of a mountain being truth and that there are many pathways to get to the top of the mountain. But you can only choose one path, in this case, your native religion, and if you try to change paths midway, you will probably fall off the mountain. If all polytheistic religions share the same root, that would mean all indigenous tribes are actually worshiping the same deities. Although I believe if that is the case, we would be the God's chosen people, since we are directly descended from the gods, and those other people are not. Any thoughts on this idea? Sure. Svan, what are your thoughts on that idea? And I think that's the perennial philosophy school of thought.
I mean, this is kind of a big one because it hits a lot of different points, but it's kind of hard, and we've talked about this in VNS before. There is the inner guard and the outer guard of things, and what you're asking by your question is you're wondering about where that perhaps outer guard goes. How far does it go out? You know, when we start to look at the connection between, say, Teutonic Aryans and the Aryans of India and the invasion of India, the Vedic Aryans, as we generally kind of call them. That is a great question. We see it in our language and things like that. One of the first things that I would look at, though, is that language is so important for carrying the gods, especially through prayer. And one of the things that's clearly not present when we start to look at, say, the African continent or the Asian and Americas via Asian land migrations, you don't have a huge linguistic connection. You do after with the Japanese, say they were influenced by the Indians, influenced the Chinese influenced the Koreans, and then they both in turn also influenced the Japanese. And so there was a pipeline there that is pretty tangible, and we know that through language. There is also a lot of similarities between Japanese Shintoism and, say, like Aryan faiths that are, interesting. I would say certainly. I think that gets a lot more hard to pin down when you look at, say, North America and South America, like Quetzalcoatl and a lot of the natives. But I understand what you're saying. Like, could there be, or you're just speculating that how far out it would go, and is this more of a universal monotheistic relationship with the divine, or is it more of an intrinsic multiplicity, polytheistic, and that all people that are polytheistic are more connected than we know, and that the aberrant, new thing is singularity and monotheism? And I get that. I think that's a really cool question. I just, again, with the fall of language to substantiate, and also to genetics, that's where things start to kind of fall for me, especially when you're looking at between, say, Ireland and Norway or Iceland and traveling all the way through to India. You can see these connectivities, language and genetically, but it starts to fall off south of that line and northeast of that line in the Orient and things like that. But I do think that the word of mouth affects a lot of things as well. We spoke about that with Hálbarð's Ljóð, that a lot of people were trying to say, oh, that's not Hálbarð, that's Loki. But if you look at the stories of the Slavs and the fight between Veles and Perun, and those two dominions, those two thrones kind of going at it, I think they influence those stories. So I think, yes, they do travel and they do kind of expand. I don't know. I mean, I was joking in my head when I read the question, and I'm not trying to laugh. I love your questions. It's just like, it was like the honorary Aryans of the Japanese. But. And also, sorry, I was going to say one thing too. The Ainu throw a lot of loops in for people. The Ainu are a northern Japanese people, and they grow like full beards, and they have like a very kind of Eastern Siberian look to them. And I know that throws a lot of people off, but language and genetics, I think, are very important to what makes an ethnic faith the key to holding towards the divine. And that if I think about the gods of other people, I don't at all. They're not even they're in the outer guard. It's like not my place to even try to figure that out. And that was something that we talked about really early on when I first started kind of coming on VNS, was that it's very hard for people. We constantly try to seek maybe a unity or a uniformity. And I think ethnic faiths and folkishism doesn't. It's my people and everything outside of my people.
I think that we want everything to be perfectly clean, and we spend a lot of time mentally struggling on things that are confusing or obscure or present challenges. And I think that instead of focusing on the 1% of odd mystery, focusing on the 99% of clear path makes a lot more sense. So one of the things, we share a certain common existence with other groups of people in the world. Like, we literally can overlap and interact on the map. If we're not talking about the spiritual mountain that you were referring to, but if we climb one side of a mountain and some black dudes are climbing the other side of a mountain, we're sharing the same mountain. We can walk over the same terrain. Some things just are. And undoubtedly, Africans have divinity that relates to their mountains. And Asian people also encounter mountains, so they have divinity that have to do with mountains. And white people also have divinity that has to do with mountains, because mountains exist. And so the reality of the world in which we live gets reflected in our mythos. That's going to have commonality, whereas, an extraterrestrial from somewhere else is going to have something perhaps very different, because they're dealing with a completely alien landscape and factors that make up the world that they live in. But the most important relationships of our deities aren't about weather or about landscape. They're about soul. Those are very different in the different forms of polytheism, and they're expressed extremely differently. It's something that, I came into contact with this a little bit in dealing with South Africa. So in South Africa, it's technically illegal to practice indigenous religion or ethnic religions, because ethnic religions in parts of Africa are shockingly different than ethnic religions in different parts of the world. They involve cannibalism sometimes, and some really shocking things that are very, very far askew from how our people or how white people experience religion. And I don't mean how we experience it through Abrahamism. I mean how we have always experienced spirituality. We are very different people, built by different gods in very different ways, or by different powers in very different ways. When you deal with migrations of people back into the very most ancient myths of time, undoubtedly you have anomalous crossovers that are interesting. And certainly you do. So in the most fundamental sense, there's a lot of overlap between Vedic deities and European expressions of Aryan divinity. The further you go down that line, in the more the people of India intermix with other different Asian peoples, the less similar those gods become, and the more there are other gods that are added to that list that don't come from our common root. As that goes east, you do see some overlap. You start seeing a Hindu overlap into parts of China and Tibet. You see that get perpetuated in a strange way with the advent of Buddhism. And then you see Buddhism get transferred to Japan at some point. And so you see this like passing of this like game of telephone in some ways all across the Silk Road and into Japan. And it's really strange. It's interesting. It's historically anomalous. And maybe on some fundamental, they're applying the wrong names to their own deities somehow. I don't know. I don't propose to know how all that works in those places, but I think it's really far-reaching. I think if you look to find things in common, you will certainly find things in common. But I don't think you find enough commonality to make them the same. We are folkish and not universalist, meaning that we do not claim that our gods are the gods of everybody. I have no desire to do that. I can't dictate what other groups of people, if they want to worship my gods or not. That's, I suppose, between them and our gods. But that's not what we do. That's not Asatru. That's not our practice. You get cultural overlap and you get an exchange of things. You see it in an exchange of material technology and merchandise and things. You see it with an exchange of language, and you see it with an exchange of genetics here and there. But just because there's a tiny piece of similarity that gets there through trade or through travel or something else, the anomaly doesn't overtake the fundamentals, which are quite different. We are very different people. We reject the theory that we are all out of Africa. We know that not to be true. We don't wish to diminish any other race of people's relationship to their religion by claiming that ours is the only one that's right, or for everybody else. What they want to do is up to them. What we do is focused on us and ours. We have no reason to believe that our gods are the same as any other ethnic group's gods and divinities. That's not what we do, what our focus is, or something we have any reason to seriously entertain or believe. Now, it's very tempting for some folks to find things that might indicate that all the good, if you go far enough down that rabbit hole, there's these theories that all the good things and every cool thing in the history of Earth originates with some white guy somewhere. That's cool, but that is not the claim of the Ásatrú Folk Assembly. That's far beyond. When you get back to some of those most ancient times, that's very, very speculative. And I think a lot of people have a lot of different ideas about what that may look like. Again, it's not what our focus is. We don't believe in the commonality of all of these things. That's universalism. And fundamentally, we are folkish. We're not universalist. And it's one of the big things that defines what we do. It's very, very easy to slip into this melting pot idea, and resisting the need to make everything a melting pot is a huge part of our foundation and how we relate to the world and how we relate to our gods. So that's kind of a key tenet that we have no reason nor desire to discard. Does anyone know where books in the store like Living Asatru will be restocked? Working on that. We actually talked with folks that are working on our store last week about that, and some of those orders are being processed for us to refill the stock on Asatru and Native European Spirituality by our founder, Stephen McNallen. Also Living Asatru by our founder, Stephen McNallen, as well as his pamphlet on metagenetics. I know those are all have been ordered or have been directed that we restock those. So we'll see how fast we can get those in, but we are restocking them. Raven, question on cultural impact. How do the concepts of cosmic order and noble action embodied by the Aesir influence our folkish, cultural, and moral values today? Svan, you want to take a swing at that? You're muted. Muted, you are still.
Terribly sorry. Wow, that was a good one. Sorry, I was looking. I was actually looking up for what Nick had asked about Lord Heimdall and the translation, and that was a rabbit hole unto itself. Cultural impact. How do the concepts of cosmic order and noble action embodied by the Aesir influence our focus culture today? I would say first and foremost, our allegiances to the Aesir are based around incorporating ideas of cosmic order and natural law. We see those things emanating from the gods, and so we apply them to the way that we would structure, say, ourselves. And that is, the gods don't come to us and say, thou shalt, make your family like this, thou shalt make your community like this, thou shalt make your church like this, or your folk. We do that on our own, but we do it based off that reflection and off that seeing the gods and trying to emulate the attainment towards the eternal, while also understanding the cyclical nature of things. So it's kind of like when we were talking earlier in this episode about understanding common sense. That's the natural law. We cannot break away from that which is the understanding of it, the way things flow. But we can seek to look forward, look upward, to make bigger, to make better. And this can apply all the way down to oneself, to one's family, to your kinfolk, and to your hof, and to your church. I think that's one of the biggest things that when I think of how they translate as a whole, individually, I think too, we have much to learn from the gods, and the notions that they invoke in us. If the lore states a story about Lord Tyr and his devotion to his people, I think it goes beyond that. When you start having relationships, like a gifting relationship with Lord Tyr, you suddenly start to look into the price of maintaining order, or the price of maintaining things that you need versus, or what could tear you apart, or what could cause a disruption in your life, and what you must give up in order to make sure that those things don't flow into your family or flow into yourself. You can apply much of the gods in that, but I this is kind of strange. So it fits for this though. I kind of have a tendency to applicate 3 columns towards holy gods in relation to things. I look at the observable lore. I look at the relationship and the observance of kind of a larger scale, maybe, or maybe like what we often talk about, like the big meta of the gods, and then lastly, like the interactions that they may have within the world. But in this case, looking at the application of pick any holy ouse or any holy ausenir and look at how can I apply this to myself? How can I apply this to my family or community? How can I apply this to my church? And you find a lot of great direction in that. I know that it gets kind of lost in the weeds when we talk about the excitement of a Nordic battle story, but there are certain things that are applicable. Setting down rules, having them be followed, sacrificing for the greater good of your folk, and they are in there. But the Lord doesn't make the gods entirely. So, I think, that's the difference. Is like I can applicate from lore, but I can also applicate from personal experience. Lord Odin and what he brings to the way I want to teach my son, because many times I feel that Lord Odin had taught me in a certain way to make me understand things. And seeing the gods in the world around us, seeing Snotra at Sumbul, or when we do meet together and when we do interact together, and those things becoming open to the inclinations that are morally correct. I gave an example of just during the Gothar kind of calls that we were doing is, it's like the knowing impropriety, knowing when to be not to be improper. These things that lead us towards doing things that might seem strange, maybe even strange to other cultures, but we know it, and that's where that's where Snotra resides. She's there, and that emanates her power. And we use the example of, coming to say someone that you don't know very well, and you go to their house and they are not there, but their wife is there, their children are there, and perhaps it's best not to be in there until the entirety of the family is there. And that's just an inclination. There's no written point of it, but the idea is that if you just kind of, are in someone's house and they're not even, there, it kind of borders on impropriety. So, you don't do it. Those things are how I think our faith works. It's not commandments. It's not edicts. It's definitely lessons by experience, application through interaction with the gods, who I do believe interact with the middle world on a very intimate basis. I don't think it's the way a lot of people think, but that they do have dominion in our world, and that we are tightly woven all together. So that's a hard question to answer clearly for me, at least, but I think that's most questions.
All right. Question. Have y'all ever thought about or currently working towards a concept like Asatru Folk Records? Having your own record label to produce homegrown Asatru music? No. But there's more to that. So there's a lot of folks out there that want the Asatru Folk Assembly to, or suggest ideas of us branching off into different businesses. We would love to have our members do that, and we would love to see those things happen. We have so much to do developing and implementing the religion of Asatru that side projects like that, like having and owning a record label, are kind of beyond the scope of what we as a church would do. But we would love to have our members do things like that and be supportive of that, and then be supportive of us. for a very long time, have wanted to see our people develop musically. I would love for us to have more devotional music in a lot of different styles, but what I have encountered so far is ooga booga, shoulder pelt, roadkill, ash on the face cosplay stuff, or like metal. And I appreciate that those sometimes those are done out of sincere piety. Sometimes they are not. But those are, I would like to have more expression of that, and maybe some expression of that that is more fitting for a Hoth environment. We've talked about that for years, and I'd love to see it happen. One of the deals that we run into is issues with distance. And I think there's probably ways for musicians to collaborate over the internet to put together compositions. One thing we're very lucky to have, we have a member out in Odenshof, and it's really neat. He plays various, he usually plays guitar, but he's got various musical skill set, and he'll play at our dinners and events and stuff, and it's really nice. He has to rely on, often different folk music. It'd be really cool if he had some Asatru specific music, and I'd love to see that develop. And there's a lot of different ways that can go. Svan, do you have anything to add? Because I know this is something you've thought about it.
Yeah, there was a website, and it was probably not necessarily neutral. It was, most of the contributors are either they're no longer alive or they're no longer Ásatrú anymore. But it was a good site. It was called Odin's Gift. I think it's still out there, and it had some interesting lyrics and some interesting scales to play for certain songs. It had quite a lot of songs. And I thought it was a noble thing that they were trying to do, but then, kind of having these ideals, but then pitching them to a community that doesn't even propagate itself or care about its children, i.e., the universalist Ásatrú of the 90s, it kind of fell flat. And I feel like there's a lot of potential in those songs, but I don't know about copyrights and all of those things. So that is like Ásatrú songs in English. That's interesting to me, and I've always wanted to play with that. But I have a song that I sing often at Symbols, and that's done in more of an Appalachian bluegrass thing. And I it's really just a poem about the road up to hell. And I wish there was more out there that expressed. There was an artist a long time ago, Bob Falkenstein. He had a couple of really good songs on the internet, but I think his faith in the Aesir, he was a fair weather faith. And that's another thing that we have to, deal with. We had the hymns, the book of hymns. That was an older book. I don't recall too much about where that was going, but I would really love to see two forms of music. I would love to see folk music, much akin to English folk songs and Irish and Scottish folk songs, perhaps a hybrid, like Appalachian mountain music. And the other one I would love to see would be an elevated choir style music. And anybody that has ever heard perhaps chorus of bells, or like a bell choirs, and if anybody's ever heard anything from like Jeremy Soleil, of course, is the guy that he composed the music for Skyrim. And I know that's kind of a funny segue, but it is true. If you listen to some of Jeremy Soleil's music, he got these choirs together to sing epic songs of great renown as far as like warrior. There's a warrior spirit to them. It's not a lot of, prepubescent boys trying to get the highest pitch they can. It has a different flavor to it. And I think that would be the trajectory we could look towards going towards.
Believe the Dragonborn comes. I would like that. What I would really like to see is Asatru bluegrass and like elevated Reamer style chant work. Like if Reamer and like Gregorian chant were to amalgamate into Asatru Hoff religious intonation, I think that would be awesome. I think Svan's idea is really cool. I haven't really known a name to put towards that, but I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to emphasize what you said, Reamer, anybody that's interested, you should look that up. It's pretty cool. It's Icelandic poetry singing.
Yeah, you can find Sveinbjorn Bjørnsen did an album of that that's really, really cool. I think you guys should check that out, and may find a link, send it to Nick, and Nick can send it to y'all on here if it's something you guys are interested in, because I do think that's kind of cool and something you guys may want to check out. But in the meantime, Svan, question: what is your beard regiment? Thank you.
I'm lucky I'm a barber. I sometimes I get bored when I have a gap in between clients, and I will just mess around. If you don't have a beard, I'm speaking as a barber for advice. If you don't have a beard that's past your Adam's apple, you don't need the oils, you don't need the balms. All you need is to know how to groom and to make sure that you have a beard wash and a beard conditioner. Unless you have something on an outlier, perhaps overly oily skin or extra dry skin, I have found that for my beard, it's perfect just with a wash, and I use a separate shampoo conditioner on the head and a beard shampoo and conditioner. I recommend Rootsel. Rootsel is a really great brand. But there's lots of other brands you can use, and that's all you need to kind of keep it soft. And then the other thing I would say is make your bottom line and grow the top into it. A lot of guys don't do that. They shave it all down to like a one length, and then as it grows out, it looks like a hula skirt on a coconut, and it's not good. You gotta shape it. You gotta get it to grow out and then start to kind of cut it to fit and make your jawline. The other thing is if you got kind of a round face, I have a kind of a round face. I do a Hollywoodian, which is where I cut the sideburns off because I don't want the roundness of the face. It is a style. It was very popular in the 30s. And there's lots of different variations. If you Google it, though, I think the primary picture is terrible. It looks like, I don't know, it's like something from like a Home Depot, like contractor or something like that. But yeah, so just wash it regularly. And also in lieu of shaving, wash it in the morning. Sometimes I'll do that twice. And you put the conditioner in to let it soak. Shampoo usually twice. First time just to get the oil, second time to clean the follicle, and then the third time you put on the conditioner and let it sit for about 60 seconds, and then you wash it out and comb it. If you have it longer than your Adam's apple, though, that's when you start getting into balms. That's when you start getting into oils, and you got to regularly trim the ends or they're going to fray. And then once a hair frays or splits, it's going to go right up and break off. So you're going to end up damaging and thinning your beard. Make sure you trim it at the ends regularly. Go see a barber.
Or, you know what is an amazing product for your beard? Gorilla snot.
What? I was afraid you were going to say that. For holding, no, for holding, yes, 100%. Use
Here's the thing. If it gets poofy and you don't want it to, if you need to shape it into a shape and it is being stubborn, Mocha de Gorilla will bend it to its will.
So, and here's something too.
Another thing. Hey, your Ruzel propaganda will not be tolerated. So, one of the cool things about Gorilla Snot is if something's amiss or something gets fluffed up, a little bit of water, it becomes pliable again. It goes right back to where you need it. Ruzel's the pig fat one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ruzel's a good product. Again, Svan is a barber, and I'm just me, so by all means, listen to Svan. I'm just throwing this out there. Ruzel's hard to get out. This is water soluble, and it washes right out if you want it to, but it holds super strong, and that's cool, especially if you're doing something active. And because it re-solidifies after it gets any moisture, it's really good if you sweat or if things get juicy. It's good for you. It's got you covered. I didn't know what to do with my facial hair. It was a thing. It's like it didn't want to, some pieces of it want to go out different ways or whatever. Bend it to your will with Mocha de Gorilla.
I will say this much too.
That's muy bueno.
When you're looking for that sponsorship, you're getting a call from Mexico tomorrow.
Mocha de Gorilla, please contact producer Nick if you would like to sponsor the program.
I would say too, if with whatever you use, if you're using a gel or other things, the application you can do, I would not recommend running it into your beard, but instead applying it on the surface. Best way to do that is to put a little bit on a like a paper towel and then wipe it onto the outer layer of your beard so it's not getting to your skin. If you have some sort of reactions, and then maybe combing in just a little bit. I know also too, you can use, let's say you just have hairspray or something in the house from someone else. You can spray that onto the paper towel and press it down to make sure. But also tell your barber you need your beard cut into more of a square shape, and that's the first step to really taming the beard. And there is a great video I guess it's a series of videos on YouTube by the company Beard Brand. They do teach you a lot about how to self groom with it's called a rat's tail brush and a blow dryer. That's the old school way of doing it. A lot of people now have those like heated internal combs. Those are pretty cool too. But yeah, I mean, really trying to find a barber that you can chat with and have those discussions. And again, Gorilla Snot, whatever it is, keeping that frizz down, if it works, it works. If it does make flakes though, like that's something you just got to be aware of. Some people it does, some people it doesn't.
Gorilla Snot makes no flakes. This is propaganda.
It makes no movement either.
No, which is exactly what I want from Gorilla Snot. I kid. I appreciate Nick put up for sponsorship. Go here.
Yeah.
And you are correct, Morris. It is not actual snot. Because that'd be kind of gross. Although I don't know, maybe like Ruzel. Ruzel doesn't actually have pig fat anymore, but that's its roots. Maybe there's some primate mucus involved in the way back. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a slang term for pomade. They just called it pig fat.
So a question, isn't Gorilla Snot a paralytic beer illegal in the United States? It might be. I don't know if it shares a name with that product. And it may serve that function were you to consume it. We do not advocate consuming Gorilla Snot. So that's not its intended purpose, but it does smell like it would be delicious. That said, try them all. They all have unique bouquet. They're supposed to do different stuff for different styling. They don't. They're all the same. They're just different colored and they smell different. But that's okay. That's okay. So, back to some seriousness. It's late at night, guys. I appreciate you indulging my nonsense. All right. So, from Joe Worstein, great job producing this document. Great interpretation of the lore. I have a question about the AFA's interpretation of the Althar. Nature artisans or ancestors similar to the Aesir? Yes. And
Both.
I appreciate your words there. It means a lot. That's one of the troubles with some of these terms. In our mythos, some terms are used to apply to a lot of different things. We've talked about that with Jotnar. That means a variety of different creatures, some aligned with the Alpha or with the Aesir, some in opposition to the Aesir, some primal and seemingly unconscious, some mighty wizards, some just big trolls. A lot of different things. Alfar, an Alf means kind of a spirit. Santa Claus is an Alf.
The Yule Elf.
The gods, Gandalf is the spirit, the magic wand spirit, for lack of a better term. I'm an Alf. You're an Alf. It's linguistically, you can extend it to lots of things. So it does kind of overlap land spirits and dead male ancestors that occupy the spiritual realm in a very similar way that Aesir do. So yes, all of those things. And I think that I know that we want everything to be crystal clear. Sometimes it's not. And I think maybe we could develop, categories of Alf that make more sense internally. And we might consider doing that, but we don't want to eliminate stuff in order to simplify it. But we do want to come to understand, where the edges of those things are a little bit better. But I'm glad you picked up on that. It's both of those things. We address that a little bit more later in the document, and we'll be going over that next week, perhaps even the week after, depending on how long it takes us to work our way through it. I'm going to try to mine some more questions here, see where we're at. Are there any plans to add the runes to the Trúlögmál or an equivalent document? I'd love to see the different futharks laid out side by side so we can see the difference in short explanation of each rune, description, uses, etc. So I would like to, not as a part of the Trúlögmál, because as I mentioned earlier, this is what the very basics are. But we want to release a number of other positions and documents and explanations of a great many things, and we need to do that. The runes are one of those subjects, and I want to talk with Svan about our best way of producing that, but that's absolutely something we would like to do and will do in the future. Sorry, guys, I'm having to farm through here and pick through the questions. One of the consequences of answering certain ones that are relevant to the topic at the time, and then the kind of more independent ones a little bit later. So you mentioned this. I was going to comment on it, and I didn't. Would it be appropriate for the AFA to combine all of our lore, the Eddas and sagas, etc., all into one holy book like an Ásatrú Bible, with official AFA commentary included? There's a number of ways to go about doing that. There have been efforts by other folks to try to combine them all into one smooth story, interweaving all of the narratives into its own telling. I would not want to go that route. Compiling, translations of the works that we like into one massive document would be cool, but I think trying to make it complete all in and of itself would be a big task. And what I would rather see over time is us being able to release those documents individually or maybe in chunks. I think adding the bits of commentary in them would be really, really nice. It's something that we talked about for a long time, and it's just a matter of allocating man hours of the folks that are able to provide those things in the most efficient way. It is something I would really like to see happen as far as like, a study version of those lore bits with commentary in there. And that's something we may do. Trying to put together all of our lore in one place as a collection of documents, I think would also be, that'd certainly be a good thing to do, but it would be massive. But I wouldn't want to alter the text of those things. I'm certainly okay with adding new things, and we ought to add new things. But the things that we have, I don't want to manipulate. And anything that's our own, I want to make that clear so that we're representing everything in a truthful way and in a forthright way. And I'm stealing all the answers, but I don't mean to. We'll get to some more Svan stuff here in a sec.
No, I already answered a little or touched on that one. So,
oh, I know. I'm just hit a bunch of them in the row there, and it's not my animosity towards your refusing to use the gorilla snot. So here's a question. Would you agree with this interpretation of signs from the gods? We all know storms exist in nature, but if you do a bloat to Thor at a gathering and suddenly there is a strike of lightning and a roar of thunder out of nowhere, that can't be coincidence, right? Surely there is a response from the storm father. Speak on that if you would, Svan.
I have a pretty clear way in which I view the interactions between the heavenly realms, the middle, the influx, and the places far below. And what I generally relate that to is that the Holy Aesir interact with the middle through the well of Erd. Is it an actual wellspring? No. It's described as being a pool, a giant, or like a lake of water with two swans in it, and the dripping of Yggdrasil is dripping into the water. And there, the gods come down from Asgard, their castle, for lack of a better word, and they make their way through and come down to the tree, and there is Erd's well right there in heaven. It's all there, and they gather to meet out the dooms of men. But I'm of the belief that the way the gods interact with the middle world is through the origination point of time, which is Earth's well. So when we see a storm, our children will say, Thor's in the storm. But we know as adults, there's storms all over. So, and we don't expect to look up and see a man-shaped, red-bearded chariot rider. Instead, what we understand is that Thor interacts with our world through Earth's well by making those ripples in the same way that the Norns set out the fate. The gods also do interact with the maintenance of that which must be maintained. The pressure, if there is pressure to be built up, it is Lord Thor who breaks that polarization and brings the balance again. And so I think that the dominion of the gods that interacts with the world, we use the word and verbiage of symbology, saying the gods are interacting by kind of looking through the well. But that is, again, a liminal space in which the divine beings are enacting their purposes within the middle world, be it storms. And we see this sometimes. People will say it. There's, like there's Odin in the wind, or again, there was Winter Nights one year that we saw this very strange phenomena that happened, and we were like, that's the Wild Hunt. And we felt that there was that placement between the physical and the spiritual that was enacting there. And a lot of that happens between the heavenly realm, Erd's well, and the middle world, which is another huge reason why the Gylfaginning and why we see that cosmological case being that is that the gods are they're moving out of Asgard but into the heavenly realm, because that origination of time. Some people try to move the wells around and put them in different places, and I don't think that is the case. I think that there is a very good reason as to why the upper world is the upper world. So when you see the divine interacting with our world, you see Thor in the storms, yes, those signs very easily can be signs. I remember some of the biggest portent signs I've ever seen at Odinshof, during the Odin's Bloat. And there was some strange things happening in the sky that were just very, very beautiful and meaningful and divine. And I feel that the gods, I'm not going to say any specifics, but because I don't know, but I felt like the holy gods had interacted and placed themselves in their dominions and were moving about us and in the sky above us and in the people around us and in the earth that we stood upon. And I feel that that's much of how the gods truly interact with the middle world, or the world of the material, or the world that's, kind of like speaking what we were talking about with the Alvar. The Leos Alvar are kind of in between the heavenly realm and the earthly realm. And that makes that the difference between the place where time originates through Erd's well and where it physically plays out here. I would say yes. You can see the gods interacting in the world around us. They place themselves within the skein or within the well of weird, and that ripples out through so much.
So, to answer your question directly, and then to kind of expound on it, would you agree with this interpretation of signs from the gods? We all know storms exist in nature. If you do a bloat to Thor at a gathering, and suddenly there's a strike of lightning and a roar of thunder out of nowhere. So is that a thing? First, yes. The simple answer, yes. But I think there's a lot of other ways that happens. I think in the most perfect scenario, you are calling out to Thor and you are not in the midst of stormy weather or conditions that are likely to have that happen. And at a fortuitous time during your bloat, there's a crack of thunder and a strike of lightning. Certainly, that is a shocking and amazing and miraculous sign from Thor. But most of the time, it's a little bit more subtle than that. But so pausing for a second. When one of our heroes, Sveinbjorn Björnsson, lobbied the I don't know how it's phrased in Iceland, but the government of Iceland to recognize the official status of Ásatrú in their country. There was opposition, and there was opposition right up till a point. But at the moment when they were trying to deny that, and he was in front of them presenting his case in a time and a place where there is not very much thunder and lightning, all of a sudden there was lightning and thunder and a storm arose. And that was absolutely Ásatrú expressing his will. And the governing forces recognized that and acquiesced. So yeah, that happens. But a lot of times it happens in really subtle ways. And we notice it not every time and not by everybody. Different people see different things that are maybe more intended for them, or perhaps they're open at different times. I know I've had the good fortune of being in a lot of different floats, and sometimes there will be an uncanny stillness at a perfect moment, or you'll have birds that will fly in, observe exactly enough to you making an offering to God, and when you send the blessings to whatever God you're offering to, the birds will fly up into the air at a fortuitous time, or those kind of things. Animals seem very sensitive to that, and often they are a conduit and a messenger between gods and men. I was doing one bloat in our bay in Anchorage, or in Palmer, Alaska, actually at the time, and a bald eagle, and this was very far from where we usually see eagles, came and sat in our special ritual tree and perched in there, witnessed the bloat, and then left. And it was really interesting how some of those things work. I was doing an Odin bloat in Washington State, and I had forgotten to get so if we're going to asperge the assembled folk, we most commonly get an evergreen sprig to dip into the mead and to splash the assembled folk to distribute the blessings of whatever god we're doing bloat to. So I gave this Odin bloat, and I felt it was powerful and I felt good, but I had absentmindedly had forgotten a sprig, and so I didn't have one. And I called out, like, if you find us worthy, will you give us your blessings? And I took the horn and held it up, asked for the blessings, and then it occurred to me, and I didn't have a sprig. And right at that moment, a gust of wind came by, and a sprig of evergreen dropped right at my feet. And I was like, okay. And there's these things that happen that are very significant. And I think it's easy to over analyze everything. I would advise you not to make something out of nothing, but to be open. And if you participate in bloat openly, with your heart open, with your mind open, and with yourself open to the gods, you'll know. And I know that's not the empirical answer people would like, but it is true. It is the right answer. Oh, from Odyssey, we got Rebellious Goy. I was appreciating Matt's tie, and then I saw Svan's nod. So good. I'm glad that you appreciate these things. We do our best. Svan is kind of setting a tone with his tie and his having us up our tie game. What are the Germans up to? Do they have Norse/Germanic movements like the AFA? The state of Germany as far as religious freedom for our folk is very sad. It is very, very restricted. So anything that is done there has to be done with a lot of secretism and a lot of, going under the radar. So it's hard to really tell. I hope that there's significant amounts of people practicing Asatru in Germany. Somebody had mentioned over to the side the Artsgemeinschaft, and they were outlawed for some reason. So perhaps somebody said they practice abroad. I got to meet some of the leadership of the Artsgemeinschaft at one point, and they were They were great when I met them. I actually met them at an AFA trip to Sweden, and it was fantastic to meet them. So I'm not sure what folks are up to now. I hope there's a lot going on, but I couldn't tell you the specifics of that because it has to be so very secret over there. And I hope one day soon that they can, I don't know, that situation can be rectified. So what are your thoughts on this, Svan? Heathen Man says, I know we frown on naming children or pets, etc., the names of our gods directly. Does the same apply for the names of the Valkyries, say Brunhild or Hrist, for a daughter, for example?
I mean, that's already done. Most of the names of the Valkyrie are title names. Some of them are way better sounding on the tongue. I know that like Kaura, in English Kara, 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 but in Kaura is a name. Sigrun is another name that's very popular in Iceland. But then like you might have like names like I don't know. I'm trying to think. Skogul is not I don't imagine a young girl having a good time with that name. Or like Sangriður is another one. So some of them are really, really good. Others not so much. But I think that when you're asking about, say, the societal acceptance of it, I think it's already done. Because their names are title names. That Victory Rune. I'm trying to think. There was one about shields, though I don't think that was correct. But like Shield Destroyer or something like that. Those names are all Hildur. So you have like Svanhildur or Svanhild. Svanhild just means swan of battle, which is of course a kenning for a Valkyrie. So there, I don't think there's anything wrong with any of that, and most of them are quite in common usage in Iceland now. Sigrun, my aunt's name was Runeros, and that was like the rose rune, but that's some reference to a Valkyrie. So, and because the Valkyries were kind of named also, as in most names in all of the Germanic folk, were kind of compound names that meant something. Arnold means like, honorable eagle, and Edward means, wise leader, or Edgar means wise spearman. So that, these titles, I don't think it's terribly bad. I do frown upon, our ancestors don't seem to have named their children directly after the gods, but instead have, Thorstein and Thor Ulf and, Thor Bjorn, but not just Thor. So.
Yeah, I'm with Svan, and I know the distinction may seem small, but it's a really important one. Specifically, the Valkyries, I think there's a strong tradition of naming persons that way, and you don't see that with our gods. And our gods are of a different sort. They're higher, they're more elevated. That's a thing. Out of reverence, it's improper to, give our children, certainly to give our pets. And I would say our pets, not give them Valkyrie names either. They're pets. But like Svan mentioned, it was appropriate to, add a devotional aspect to a god in the naming of a child. Like like you mentioned. So that's an option that way. What are the prospects of living at a hof or being the caretaker? Is it that you live near it, or do you live on the property? So the way that typically works now, we don't have set up any, like, for lack of a better term, parsonages on our hof properties. The idea with caretakers now is somebody in leadership who is close by and can be trusted with stuff. It's a little bit different at as far as the plan goes at Sigerheim, because it's a community with a hof and a hall and other things eventually. So there will be folks living there. It would be cool to have a hof that did have a living space for maybe a Gothi to live in. That would be cool. As it is right now, if somebody wants to be a caretaker, we would want them to, or the ideal and a good option would be to move into the town to where the hof is, and that would be kind of a perfect spot for it. We'd love to see that happen with folks. Did the Aryans originally come from the moon and settle in Hyperborea? No.
The moon? Whoa.
Negative.
Children of Mani?
So, okay, disregard. Producer Nick had temporarily lost internet connection, but that is fixed. So, the Wolf Throne with a question here as a follow-up to the ancestral diet question from 2 weeks ago. I don't think the ancestral diet means literally eating like a caveman, but rather the meat and berries diet of our Viking ancestors, which would probably be very healthy if you think about it. It would also mean removing foods that are not native to Europe, like bananas and avocados, for example, from our diets, and only eating foods native to Europe, like apples, for example, which also have significance in our lore. Having an all-native European diet may also be good for the folk soul. Do you have any thoughts on this idea, or do you still think it's ridiculous? I still think it's ridiculous. If it's so, here, doesn't matter what I think is ridiculous as far as your food choice. If that's something that you would like to do and you think that is good for your soul or good for your body or is just cool and interesting, by all means do that. There is no compelling reason that anybody should do that. Yeah, I like to eat, and I think trying to restrict my diet to what the Vikings ate makes you miss out on a lot of very delicious things with absolutely no tangible benefit. And I just think that's, I don't know. I would never want to do that. Saying it's ridiculous, like I don't want to impose on what you would like to do with your food choices. A lot of us have different strange things that we like or that we don't like. There's a difference between that and projecting your taste in food upon others as if it is a religious. There's a compelling religious reason that others should do so. And I don't find there to be any sort of compelling religious reason to do that. But like I said, if that's what you want to do, go for it. What say you, Svan?
I understand the wisdom behind ethnic food or ethnic evolutionary digestion of foods. I know that like certain people in the north do not digest like wheat as well, or perhaps they only a certain type of wheat like rye. There's a lot of interesting and cool stuff in there, but that could also be modern farming practices. It could also be the usage of herbicides. There's a lot of stuff. I think like Alcira Goldie's like, I want to eat. It's like, and I get some of the thought behind it, but you know, there's other also, you know, diets out there like the carnivore diet is and paleo and keto. And I think all of these are more about your own personal dietary desires or inclinations, things you might want to do to test yourself or explore, or if you know you get certain reactions from certain things. I know people that like they don't like to eat peanuts because they feel it inflames their joints, and so on and so forth. I totally get it, but to come out with a Viking dietary plan with the express idea that the folk should follow it in order to get closer to the gods, that's where it starts. Once you say it out loud is kind of like, you know, I could understand as an inclination, folk food, folk cooking. I was just looking over at my bookshelf over here. I have it was a very popular cookbook that came out a couple years ago, traditional cooking, which talks about, you know, fermented foods and creating like things that you know, and eating things. One of the things that really, I have a very large and broad palate. I eat crazy and can eat and have eaten crazy foods all over the world. A lot of the things that people don't eat anymore that they really need to is offal or organ meats. Not a lot of people cross into that, and again, not a lot of people know how to prepare them. And I, you know, here in America, I try to think of like very, very clever ways to get my kids to eat kidneys and livers and heart and things like that. I usually make it in a chili because they don't even notice. But yeah, that's one of the things that's really you'd have to consider. The vitamin intake from organ meats is so powerfully strong that, you know, if you do go down that road, I would say get ready to eat some stuff, like eat livers, eat tripe, you know, eat heart, eat kidneys, whatever you can get your hands on, and eat it. And I don't eat those regularly, but I have, and I have no problems eating that stuff. But yeah, again, saying it out loud, we're going to make a dietary plan for the folk to follow, so that they can be more in line with their ancestors. You know, it's and make it, I don't know. I guess the question is like, is it mandatory? Is it not? But if it's an inclination and someone wants to follow it, yeah, go for it. Just,
So-
you know, be careful and eat lots of organ meats.
Here's the thing: eat whatever you want to eat. Be healthy and don't be a fatty. There's a lot of choices in life, but what I really don't like is the purity spiral. And I'm not addressing that to anybody here, to the person who brought it up, or anybody in the comments. I don't know what you do. I do know there are a lot of people that talk a lot about goy slop or whatever else they talk about that aren't really about that life, that eat fast food every day but want a virtue signal. We all eat different stuff. Be healthy, figure out ways to live a healthy life. If you want to eat processed things because it's tasty and delicious and convenient, cool, go for it. But make sure you're being healthy. If you've got a specific allergy or a specific nutritional deficit or requirement, adjust accordingly. If you feel like it's healthier or it makes you feel better to eat an all raw food diet, go for it. If you think it's awesome to be vegan, I don't think that's awesome, but go for it. Do that. And there's occasions it's fun to cook ethnically European cuisine on a special holiday or for a special reason, or maybe your family's just really strong in that tradition of cooking. Do that. But it is the thing that is ridiculous is to do Viking LARP, but in a culinary sense, because our ancestors aren't just from there. There's very few of us that have, you know, that's our ancestry. Svan's from Iceland, but guess what? People weren't in Iceland for, most of time. So his ancestry goes back before that. Why only eat Scandinavian Viking food? Why not eat, Asian Caucasus Mountains steppe food? Why don't we eat yak and, grasses from the plains? It's to conceptualize right action or our faith to one geographical point or one place in time misses the relevance and truth of our faith to our life. Now, if there's a particular food that's special because it's spiritually important to you, by all means. If it's important to use mead in ritual, cool. That brings us back to something common. A taste or a smell connects us to something, and that's not wrong at all. But confining our space to one temporal moment or geographical moment does it a disservice in my mind, especially when we start purity spiraling on it. Our ancestors didn't do that. The Vikings ate food from whatever they pillaged. The Vikings were, and this is a thing that we saw, and I assume this to be true, but I can't quote lore on it, but I'm assuming that the Vikings, whenever they pillaged something and they got foreign and exotic foods, loved eating that. It's a symbol, it's a status symbol. I know for a fact the Germanic tribesmen preferred getting exotic things from Spain and from Italy and from the Roman Empire, because that was what the nobility would eat. That's the preferred food, is these exotic delicacies from faraway lands. That's one of the virtues of our ancestors conquering peoples and lands was culinary imperialism. And I think that's a very real thing. So to restrict that food to one time and one place, why is restricting it to the Viking Age any better than restricting it to, I don't know, to Renaissance England, or restricting it to just eating Southern food if your family's from the American South? Eating something because it's traditional and you have passed down recipes is awesome. I think there is a significance in that because it honors your ancestors and it connects you in kind of it engages a different sense in your connectivity to that. And if you want to, and eating like a Viking makes you feel better that way, then do it. But yeah, to get dogmatic about how you must eat Viking food, or to rant about whatever processed stuff people, I just don't buy into that. I don't see a lot of that improvement. We all have different health things or whatever. Eat things that you enjoy eating. Life is short, and you're not a machine. You're a living creature that derives joy from eating delicious stuff. Find balance and be healthy. Don't succumb to voluntary health problems like obesity. Overcome those things. And if that means altering your food to do so, by all means, do that. What do modern Icelandic people think of Asatru people? Would an Icelandic girl scorn an Asatru guy? So there are Icelanders that practice Asatru. There are Icelanders that think they practice Asatru. And there are Icelanders and the majority of Scandinavians that often have a very negative view of people outside of Scandinavia practicing Asatru, because
that's what I was thinking.
They have a undeserved elitist attitude towards it. And I'm not faulting any kind of elitism. They just haven't earned it, and there's nothing elite about them. That's not every one of them individually, just as a group. Their conception is flawed. They think that, no, that's theirs because they're currently in Scandinavia. They're the fruit of the ones that were not adventurous and wanted to stay home. At the end of the day, exactly as many generations separate us from the Vikings as separate them from the Vikings. The claim to our shared gods and our shared ancestry it's kind of absurd, and more than that, it's quite offensive when you see a lot of lethargy in that population on how they've maintained or tried to pursue a worship and a loyalty to the Aesir. But there is that hostility, not between Icelanders and Asatru, but Icelanders and Americans who are Asatru.
Yeah. They're playing Viking. How dare they worship our gods? Or so it's so funny. They and I always type in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I just leave it at that. If they don't get that, they're spiritually and mentally retarded anyways.
Those are your countrymen, Svan.
No, and I mean, I've seen it with Swedes, I've seen it with Norwegians, and again, most of them are just secularists that are attempting to just feel better about themselves, but they have absolutely no comprehension to the idea that, like, the Anglo-Saxons worship the same gods, the Germans, the Dutch, you know, they don't even know that Lord Forseti is the patron lord of the Frisians who live in Holland. And it's clearly written in the Icelandic sources. They have no idea. It's because it's not. It's kind of like when I've seen this with my Christian friends getting lambasted about their religion or their morality from clearly atheists who are telling them how their religion should be. Maybe it's a trait of them, like the agnostic secularists or something. They're kind of they tell you how things should be, and for them, it's also on a cultural and ethnic thing. The other thing I would say, there's a woman on YouTube who says, you know, that like the clickbait thing is you're saying the names of the gods wrong. It's like, and if you're not saying Heimdallr, and if you're not saying Thor instead of Thor, or it, you know, then you're wrong. But I mean, even the Swedes, they say Tor. That's how they say Thor's name. It's Tor, and that, like, they don't account for that. The linguistics and stuff becomes like something that, again, they purity spiral into ridiculousness. And so I don't know, if you meet somebody that's cool, they might be cool with you, but most Icelanders view Ásatrú as a kind of a native expression, and if you're not Icelandic, then why are you doing it, kind of thing. And they don't think beyond in the big picture of things.
So what I've also seen is most Icelanders that I've encountered don't really believe in the gods anyway.
Yeah.
And if you don't really believe in the gods, how can you possibly claim more legitimacy to your practice of Asatru than those of us who live this and worship our gods and have been engaged in the gift cycle with them for decades? It's not a fashion statement. It's a genuine religion, and most of them are in fact the pretenders. Not all of them. I mentioned Sveinbjörn is a very spiritual man. He's a very deeply religious man, and a number of Icelanders, I don't mean to paint them all with one brush. I'm sure there are some very folkish Icelanders. Matter of fact, there was one today I was just asking Svan to do some research for me on, because all the information I can find is in Icelandic, and I'm trying to run some stuff down on this gentleman. If I find out more, I may tell you guys more about it a little bit later when I learn some more. But I don't mean to suggest none of those exist. Certainly they do. That's just not the generalized current that I've seen since I've been involved. How many are currently being trained as Gothar? Stop and math here for a second.
Four?
All right. See, Nick's got it. Okay. Send me those on the side if you can, and I'll confirm. I'm sorry, guys. When you ask a question, I know it may not make a difference whether I say 3 or 4 or 5. I just want to being accurate is important.
Yeah.
No. So 5-ish. There's one that hasn't been invited yet. That's probably fixing to be. There's a discussion on. It's harder than a lot of people realize because it's very time consuming and we take it extremely seriously. So a lot of people start the process and then have to either put it on hold or don't make it all the way through because it really is a very serious thing. So it's the rate of people that actually make it through is very small. Or very small overstates it, is relatively small. All right, last question from the Wolf Throne. So the Aryans came from the moon and settled in Hyperborea idea comes from Helena Blavatsky's 7 Root Races in her book, The Secret Doctrine. Have you heard of this?
Yes, I have.
Blavatsky in the book, yes. It's been a very long time, so I had not recalled the moon thing.
As soon as he said it, though, I was like, oh, yeah. The Theosophical Society and Madame Blavatsky.
I like to keep an open mind. I think a lot of Blavatsky's stuff is fraudulent. I don't, without being much more acquainted with the subject, I think it'd be wrong to dismiss all of the things that she has to say. I think often if you dig deep enough, there's truth in certain places you wouldn't expect it. But I don't have a particularly positive impression of Madame Blavatsky. I am very entertained, though. Do you have any deeper thoughts on it, Svan?
I enjoyed the Theosophical Society's Masks of Odin. I thought there were some interesting things in there for sure. Madame Blavatsky herself, yeah, I don't know, but it really does remind me. I was introduced to. Well, every time I hear that, or when as soon as he said it, it made me think of it, and I remember what I was thinking when I first kind of heard that was. I remember I ran into a 7%er, which I don't know if anybody knows that, but like it's part of the Black Muslim movement, kind of big in New York. I think they're an offshoot. They didn't want to follow Louis Farrakhan, and they're an offshoot from Elijah Muhammad. And they had this like theorem that the OG Black people, like the Black, I don't know, like mega scientists of their race are living on the dark side of the moon, watching, I guess the test race of Black folk here are being tested in a gauntlet against the white devil creations. And I just thought that was so wild. I was like, wow, the moon, and they're on their, I don't know, living their, best and blackest life on the dark side of the moon. And I just thought it was super, super kind of crazy. The one thing I would recommend anybody that's interested in moon stuff is to read Who Built the Moon. That is a very interesting book. And it really ultimately leads down to the fact that there are a lot of theories as to how the moon was created in a scientific sense. I mean, obviously, in our lore, the sun being a spark of Muspel and the moon being a shard or a breaking off of Niflheim is pretty just, one is of energy and the other is of matter. And that's pretty straightforward, and that's all that's kind of alluded to. But I'm talking about like impact Earth theory, the idea that, the let's say the divine and cosmic powers create these processes, and that what does that process look like? Is it an accumulation of asteroids and debris? Is it the moon, colliding with another moon? A lot of people have a ton of theories, but they don't know. There's a really good book called Who Built the Moon? And it ultimately leads to divine intervention in a lot of ways. That's not spoiling the book at all. It's just, it's intervention of some sort, whether you believe it's divine or not. But I don't know about the whole coming from the moon. And I've even heard people say that, like, what if we came from Mars as an idea? Like, Mars was a habitable planet that became uninhabitable, and we, what is it called? Terra-seeded, or
Men did come from Mars, just like women came from Venus. Duh.
yeah, or so Oprah tells me. No,
Oprah says a lot of things.
just got to push that book. No, I don't know. I don't know about that. Hyperborea.
Right. So Hyperborea, I'm all about. I think that people look for very exotic. I think there is an impulse to always chase the new shiny thing and look for more and more extreme, exotic, kooky stuff, instead of focusing in on kind of maximizing what we have in a very serious way. It's easier to, when people catch up to you, if you're doing something new, if the point is doing the right thing, then it doesn't matter if you are by yourself or you're able to have a lot of people with you. If what's cool is seeing how strange and edgy and different you are, then as people come to the truth on things, you always need to move further and further out on the fringe to keep your cool, like, edgy cred. And I think there's a tendency to do that a lot of the time. Just to clear up any confusion, we said 4 Gothar are being trained. We have 16 that are current on their ordination. With that, I'm excited to talk to you guys in 1 week. We'll continue this discussion. I'm glad Svan will be able to join us again. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for everybody who had questions. Thank you for everybody who donated and contributed tonight. Much, much appreciated. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate you. Svan, as always, thank you for coming on and sharing your wisdom with us.
Thank you for having me.
Always. And till next time, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.